How about now? Hello and welcome to stream. Okay. Wow. Okay.
Hello there.
Hello there. I thought I was ready and then I wasn't ready. I like did everything. I have so many things for this stream. And like the thing I forgot was audio. So I did not have my, like, I ran out of USB ports on my PC. Well, it's my laptop because I'm streaming, as you can see, in a different place than normal. So I had to go get like I'm really glad I had a USB, what's it called? This is not boding well for the stream. The thing that takes one USB port and makes it multiple. Hub. There it is. Hub. I had to find a USB hub that I didn't, like, I didn't know I had this one. So I got lucky. So welcome, J Will, Dr. Phineas, Clockwork Crow, hello there. I didn't hear that sound alert, so I'm gonna have to fix that in a moment. Let's just refresh that. Banana Cookies pop up, Gaiametris, Boss Yapper, good to see ya. Congrats on the watch streak. Tomo fans, good to see you. Pop up. Already read that, but still, welcome again. Chris Quartz starts driving just to watch while driving. That would be No Face's MO. And he is driving and chatting. No Face, I'm actually, so it's funny, I was joking last stream, because you always finish, you know, jiu-jitsu, and then you're like driving while you join my stream, and I'm like, are you actually driving and chatting? Because that's not good. And then he shares his location to me, so I'm gonna actually use that. Where is it? Why can't I find maps? So I'm just gonna take a few minutes to ease in to this stream, because as you can see, there's a lot involved with this. But today we are going to build a PC. That's funny. I didn't get anything by looking at your location. You were where I expected you to be. Drive safe though. The chat above us isn't connected. No, it's not. So I can refresh. Oh, YouTube. Are you kidding me? Are you absolutely kidding me? No. Okay, I know what happened. I know what happened. I forgot one detail. I forgot to update the YouTube link. I had so many things go wrong. One of the benefits of having a stream in a different place is that we get to see the cats, because they're going to join us every once in a while. Click Clack, thank you for the gift sub. Thank you for having the gift sub, and Dr. Phineas, thank you for the gift sub. I'm looking at the wrong camera because I've got multiple camera angles. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. I'm gonna fix the YouTube chat here in a sec. Either that or, like, worst case scenario, I'm just gonna look at YouTube chat on my phone. Luda Plays, good to see you. Okay, not too many people on YouTube. That's okay. But look at this shit. Look at this shit. We got this shot. We've got this shot. We have this shot. I can overlay it. Oh no. Oh no, my camera got bumped. So okay, so I'm gonna have to fix that. One sec. I have to fix this. I can't get past if I don't fix this. There we go. So we have this shot. So you can see what I'm doing. And actually I meant to do I Icarused this stream hard. Okay. There we go. We got this shot, which is this. No, I did the transform wrong. Stand by. Stand by. Yes. Okay. Cool. So I can get in the PC, and then okay. I did know what I was doing. Son of a bitch. Like I said, I just gotta fix it. There we go. I did know what I was doing. Damn it. Anyway. Not the cat paw. Yeah, well, he's gonna join us. Hopefully we can keep him away for long enough. So we're building a PC today. I guess I'm gonna edit this. And so I should probably do an intro. I'm also hearing like audio, like delay. What is going on with this? Technologia. Serpentson. Welcome. Yes. Yes. I should have spent like 3 days working on this, honestly, but I did like a ton of work all at once. Stream audio sounds good. I think there's a delay. Like here, let me just clap and you guys tell me if the visual doesn't match up with the audio. Let's do it again. I'm gonna watch this, like, okay. No, it did, it's fine. Okay, I'm just worrying. Sweet, thank you. I'm also gonna be looking off camera because I should have put chat. I was gonna get like a backup TV, or I have an extra monitor I could have put like vertically with chat on it, but I didn't think of that in time. Okay. Cat hair is great for PC internals. I'm actually probably going to talk about that a little bit. I've done a PC stream already. Jay, well, did you have to give a kidney for some DDR5 RAM? I didn't, and we're going to go into that. Slight delay, but match is pretty good. Okay, good. Doesn't need to be perfect. We're all here for you. Well, thank you, Click Clack. I appreciate it. Okay, so. Hello and welcome to the channel. I'm Krakenfall and today we're building a PC. I have ADHD and one of the things that I did growing up was build an environment of enablement. It also means that I wasn't very good at reading the manual first. So the best way for me to get into something new, if you're getting into PC building for the first time, is to like surround yourself with information about it. Like look at things that are interesting to you that are related to that new hobby that you want to get into, like 3D printing. I really want to get into 3D printing. I do not want to get a 3D printer and go through the heavily iterative process of getting your prints to come out correctly. How do I know that without having a 3D printer? It's because I've been on the 3D printing subreddit and also like following 3D printing channels and like just like getting into it so I can get familiar with it without reading some manual or like going through and spending the effort to do it over and over again for myself until I get it right, and then I can like take a file or design a CAD and then print it and have it be reality and work for the first time. It's very frustrating for me. So I wanted to provide a guide that isn't really a guide, but something that if you're getting into PC building, you can watch and have it be fun and entertaining, and we can hang out. I'm streaming this if you're watching the video after the fact, but that you can get into it and just be exposed to it, you know, and maybe this will even be good enough to follow to do a PC build of your own. Right now it's a little difficult because the industry prices on components are very expensive, so maybe wait for that, but we might talk about that, budget PC building and so forth. I kind of cheated in this build, but you'll find out about that in just a moment. I don't think I had anything planned after that intro. I built a silent one last year. It was a blast. Nice. Yeah, there's a lot of ways you can get into PC building. Like there's just having a PC and getting into PC building that is having, you know, your own build that's going to be better than a console, or at least more configurable and more scalable so that you can build, you know, can build something now that maybe is a budget build that is comparable to a console, and then upgrade it later without having to like throw the whole console out. There's a lot of reasons to have a PC. I think PC, if I heard right last, PC literacy, if that makes sense, is going down in general. But PC gaming at the same time is going way up. So like users of PCs for gaming is going up. So I don't know. I don't know what to make of that. Chris Quartz, thank you for the gifted subs. I appreciate it. We're on a level 4 hype train. Holy crap. How many gift subs did you get? You 15? Holy crap, holy dude. Thank you to Odie Rack Nasty, Tracer Fox, Reckless Bandit, Canape, Color Target, J Will, nice. Deanie, J Will's in chat right now. Positively Brit, Silly Freak, Pop Up, nice. You're in chat too. Coffistoy? Coffistoy? I don't know how to pronounce that, so sorry if I got that wrong. Toe Fat Cat isn't available. Nice. Gaiametris, nice. Apples, Thromalus, and Fully Automatic. Thank you. I appreciate all of those subs, not only because it helps me with the channel and eventually get to the point where I can hire an editor, but it also helps those users not have ads, and I despise ads, even though that's like the backbone of this you know, streaming and stuff, but you know, oh well. Hopefully y'all have your sources split for recording so giant chat disconnect message doesn't show up in your intro. I think it might actually. What I think I'll do is probably get a clean plate screenshot. Oh, I don't have my resources. I don't, because I'm using a laptop, and that plugin that splits your audio, your video sources are they're very resource intensive. So why don't we just do this? We'll just get a clean plate really quick. Bam. There we go. Screenshot taken. Let's bring you guys back. Oh, right. Let's update the YouTube URL, because maybe now this is a technical stream, and so I know some technical folks are here. I'm going to edit this out of the video, but one of the problems with dual streaming with YouTube is that one of the problems with YouTube streaming is that the URL changes every single time. So if you want to take the chat window for your stream on YouTube and put it in OBS as an element so I can read it along with everything else, that URL changes and you have to go into a bunch, you have to do like 20 clicks. Well, it's not 20, it's like 8 clicks to change your chat window every single time. I, in true developer fashion, built a URL shortener so I could programmatically update it using the YouTube API and my built API. But I always forget because like I have to update the database for the URL shortener before I go live because OBS has like some browser cache issue. So if I try to reload the URL shortener, like shortcut, it doesn't go. I don't know why. I'm just complaining now. I got through like a bunch of debugging on OBS and I like stopped short of building OBS locally, you know, with a C# IDE, or C++ IDE, which Visual Studio does, but I haven't used a C++ IDE in a long time, to like actually build a mod to fix the browser instrumentation because it's like very annoying. Anyway, that's enough. I was gonna get a GPU a week after Christmas. Now I have no clue if I can. Will you put Linux on it or will you say Windows? No, so this build is for a family member for Christmas. And so they just want, actually I'm gonna wait to talk a little bit about that, but they don't use Linux and they won't be able to. So I would never do that to a family member. YouTube changing it makes sense, but I hate it. Yeah, for OBS it worked for me to re-enable it through source. Re-enable the source. Okay, it was behind a UI element. And make sure to enable automatic refresh on re-enabling source. Okay, so I updated the URL shortener database just a second ago. Let's just try that. I mean, I think I tried that already, but I'm not gonna... Oh, it's not a source. Wait, it is a source. So my chat window, I wouldn't be able to read it in the browser custom pop-up. Oh, thank you for the hype train, guys. I like got super sidetracked. Yeah, I didn't notice I'm watching the CFP highlights. What's the CFP highlights? I'm also gonna be streamer brained right now. Okay, let's update the properties, make sure that refresh browser when scene becomes active, and shut down source when not visible. Those are probably the two things. And then I refresh the cache, so let's go ahead and deactivate and activate again. There we go. Okay, so that works for the source. I am hearing an echo somewhere, but if you guys can't hear it, no, you can hear it. Oh, no, you shouldn't be able to hear. My laptop audio isn't playing. There's literally no other audio sources in this scene, so I don't really know. Yeah, one of my cams, but that would show up in a source. I don't know. College football playoffs. Okay, I don't watch football, so there you go. I wouldn't have gotten that. Okay. Maybe I can just disable the YouTube dock. Nope. Oh, I can inspect source in a OBS doc. I'm sorry guys, this is like not getting on with this stream. I'm also kind of avoiding it because I didn't plan anything out past this, so I think we're just gonna get started. Oh, that's right, I was gonna show you guys the parts list. I can expect the source in the browser. Let's see, I think that's Chrome. What is OBS's default browser? There's got to be a console command to reset the site cache. Julian, how you doing? What's up, dude? Hi. What are you doing? Oh. Okay. Console. Dev console. It's just me breathing, dude. He's super hyped all the time for playing. Okay. I actually might be able to do it in the dev tools, and I haven't used Firefox's dev tools much. There's a bunch of preferences. There's that cat hair. I really want to get, oh, I think I found it. Application cookies. Can I delete all of them? I deleted a bunch. Okay, refresh. Nope, that didn't work. Okay, well, I'm gonna stop then. That sucks. So YouTube chat isn't up on OBS, so I won't be able to read it as fast. Sorry about that. If dev console is open, just keep the mouse button pressed on the reload button. So it's in OBS dock, so there is no browser like buttons like normally. It's just the dev console window. More tools. Maybe Shift F5? Control F5? Control Shift F5? No. Nope. Okay, damn. Okay. Well, we got it off the screen at least. Cool. Gonna disable my NPU. I have barely any free RAM. Okay. Well. Anyway. Where was I? So, okay, let's move on. So we have not Hobbs, Tulin. We have Tulin here. Tulin acts like Hobbs, honestly. It's kind of like he's been reincarnated. It's all kind of awesome. Anyway, moving on. The first thing you need to do when you're building a PC is have the parts. And in order to have the parts, you need to know what parts you need. One of my favorite things, Tulin, don't touch that. One of my favorite tools to use for this, there may be better tools, but I use PC Part Picker. Oh no. Why isn't my desktop? Oh, because it lost the scene. There it is. Okay. There we go. I use PC Part Picker. And in this, it actually lets you like create a parts list. And there are a couple ways to do this. If you look, there is like a way to create a build, and I don't know what that is. I've never used it. I just do what I always do. And that is create a parts list. And this one already exists, but if I go in, and edit the part list, sorry. This is what it'll look like when you create a parts list. And you can see there are all kinds of components. And each of these rows, you can add your parts. And what it'll do is tell you if there are any issues. So potential issues down here. I got the B550 Phantom Gaming 4AC motherboard, and it says it supports the Ryzen 5900X. If it's using an older BIOS version, you'll have to update the BIOS. So that's something to keep in mind, but it's not an actual compatibility issue. So PC Part Picker's really awesome. You know, in fact, let's go ahead and start a new one. Just for kicks. And you can do things, it actually like lets you choose your CPU. It gives a bunch of recommendations. If you're building a PC, you know, you can go through like $75 for a CPU. That's very cheap. $679, and that's like the top of the line consumer brand for a Ryzen and AMD CPU. That's very expensive. So you can go in and like build your own PC with the specs and price that you want, and it's very handy. Now just keep in mind, these prices are like based off of like site scrapers, so I don't actually know how they do it, but sometimes if the part's not available, like generally it's not in stock in like major retailers, they'll still find a price from like an eBay listing. And if it's like $1,000 because it's a very hard part to get a hold of, but its actual retail price is like $200, it'll still show up as $1,000 in this website. So keep that in mind. So, you know, if I decided to build a very cheap and last generation, that's another thing to do if you're trying to build a budget PC, is don't get the current generation, get the last generation. That does potentially limit your future upgradability options because of CPU socket type, which that's just a keyword you can search later when you understand more. But you know, sometimes the socket type isn't compatible with the next generation. So you might be able to upgrade within last generation. So if you get a Ryzen 5 5500, you could upgrade to a 5900X or like a 5950 or something like that. Or I think it even goes, no, there was a socket change for the 7000s. But you could upgrade your CPU later, but then you wouldn't be able to get the next generation, which is, you know, 7000 and 9000 series. So, you know, if I decided to get this 5500, I could add that. And then CPU cooler, you do need. Motherboard, you need. Memory, you need. You don't actually need everything on this list, and that's something to keep in mind. This is why you should use other sources to like learn about building a PC. You know, there's plenty of YouTube channels out there. You're watching this video right now, so you're probably looking already. like operating system, you don't have to put that in there. It's not going to tell you it's uncompatible if there's no operating system. You don't need a monitor. You can use your TV at home, but you can also get a monitor if you want to put it in here. And then all of these things down here are like peripherals, speaker, mice, keyboard. Those aren't necessary, but you can add them in the build if you'd like. You do need a keyboard and mouse to use your PC, just a heads up. But yeah, you go through and you, like if I chose a motherboard that wasn't compatible, and it actually is pretty hard to do because they only show you compatible products. If I were to go through filters and then disable compatibility, we can show, like we can see what happens if I have an incompatible part. Actually, you know what? Let's not do something fake. Let's do something real. So I'm just gonna pick this Asus Prime B550A, and we've got two. And if we look down here, no compatibility issues. So let's pick a case. When you pick a case, there are different form factors, and all you need to know is that the case form factor needs to be the same as the motherboard form factor, or bigger. If you get an ATX board, which is like the normal PC build size, you need a ATX motherboard. Actually, the opposite. Sorry, if you get an ATX motherboard, which is the normal form factor, you need at least an ATX, like a full ATX case. I said full. Gosh darn it. Whatever. People will comment if I say something slightly incorrect. Oops. You don't technically need storage, but that's way more annoying to do. Boss Yapper, I'm not going to tell that to a new person who's building a PC. Technically, you don't need a GPU. That is true. But that gets into like integrated graphics, which doesn't always exist. Like not every CPU has integrated graphics. So I'm not going to go into that either. You can choose what sources to use. I didn't know that. That's nice. Okay, so what if I chose a case for an ATX motherboard that is too small? That's a definite compatibility issue. So let's turn off, I still have to turn off the filter, so it's still fake. Oops. Let's uncheck that, and we'll put, oh, I can't uncheck all. We'll do micro ATX, because an ATX board will not work with micro ATX. Do I have to click? Nope. I guess I just pressed the arrow. Okay, so micro ATX mini tower. Lian Li, I like Lian Li cases, but they're not like the only good case company out there. Let's just add that one. Oh, I got a micro ATX board. Gosh darn it. Okay, let's try this again. Let's get a full ATX board. Okay, now it's not letting me pick. Okay, well, maybe I'm gonna back out of showing an incompatibility because it's really hard to like choose an incompatibility. I think what will happen, which has happened to me before, is if there is an incompatibility, sometimes some cases won't work with GPUs. So if you get a case and then you choose a GPU like that's super huge, like all of the 5070 and above, like the RTX whatever 70s from at least the 30 series, they all get bigger and bigger and bigger. So your case may be too small for your GPU, and it will tell you in here. So hey, PC part picker's better than I thought. It's making it really hard to choose wrong parts. Anyway, so this is my build. We have watching Kraken fail to screw up a build is funny. Yeah, it's very nice. I love a Corsair case. I was using a very cheap case from like Newegg in like the early 2000s for a long time. And so when I got a modern case, I got a Corsair case. It was a Carbide 550D. It was really good. It was like awesome. I was blown away. There was cable management, which was revolutionary, and it had thermal, or not thermal, like acoustic dampening and all kinds of stuff. Now cases are even better. So I don't know, Corsair probably has kept up. So the Corsair cases are probably fine, but I moved away from Corsair because there are a lot of good cases. I used Micro Center the other year during a sale they had. Oh my gosh, I wish I had Micro Center. I do not have Micro Center in Washington State, which is where I am near Seattle. I wish. Micro Center is like the Costco of, I don't know, this is my understanding, which may be incorrect. It's like the Costco of PC building and like PC components. It's awesome. And they have sales all the time, and they have like, you know, I don't know, they're just really good. You know, I don't have, actually there might be, oh, we used to have Fry's, that's what it was. Fry's was another one, but they went out of business. Or at least they closed in Seattle. Yeah, anyway, I want a Micro Center. I always see Micro Center deals in my yeah. Washington does not have a Micro Center, no. How do you think I am? I feel I'm in the UK and need a plane to visit Micro Center. I should visit a Micro Center, honestly. I drove 3 hours to Cleveland and got a pretty solid system for not much. Yeah, nice. Back in 2018. Oh, wow. Fry's has been closed a long time. Gosh, man, time passes too quickly. All right, if you're playing bingo, Kraken feels old. Go ahead and check that one off. Okay, so here's our build. We have a Ryzen 9 5900X. We've got a Cooler Master Halo CFM, Cooler Master Hyper 212 cooler, which actually is wrong, because I found a hydro, like a closed loop water cooled system cooler, which just has like tubes to the CPU attachment and then like a radiator with fans on it. It was like $30 on sale on Black Friday, so I got that. I did check compatibility. But you know what? For the purposes of this, let's update it here in a sec. I'll go through the rest of the build first. ASRock B550 Phantom Gaming 4 AC is the motherboard. And we have Corsair Vengeance LPX 32 gigabyte. So it's DDR4, which is cheaper, but this is how I cheated with this build. I'm reusing parts, which sounds kind of ratchet for a gift, but with PC parts and how expensive they are, RAM right now, if you try to get a DDR5 like 32 gig stick, it's like $1,000. I mean, that might be an exaggeration, but there are certainly like sizes of RAM, like capacities of RAM right now that used to be like $150, $200, and it's like 4 or 5x the price. It's crazy. It's because AI companies are building data centers and just wiping the industry clean, like the entire market. At least as far as I know. You know, I may be wrong about that, but that's what I know. So I'm reusing both the 5900X from an old build of mine and the RAM for it. And that saves a lot of money. I think the 32 gigabytes of DDR4 was like $80 per stick at 16 gigs. So it's like $160 on top of this build price. And then the Ryzen 5900X, it was like $500 when it came out, and I've had it for a bunch of years. So I'm no longer using it, and this is how I'm cheating because, you know, I would say get a 5500, a Ryzen 5 5500, because, you know, that's going to get you 1080p, 60 FPS, no problem, with your GPU, depending on what you have. But a 5900X is kind of like an upper tier CPU from 2 generations ago. So this person who I'm building the PC for gets the benefit of like a CPU that can still tank, tank new titles and provide like good browsing experience and whatever else they're going to do with this PC. So sorry, no advice here how to get past the RAM issues in the market right now. It's not the best. We've also got an SSD. You can do an NVMe drive, which is like way faster, but for what this person's using it for, they don't need that. They can also upgrade it in the future. And then we've got an EVGA RTX 3050, 8 gigabyte, which for the games that they want to play will work just fine. And it's also something that they can upgrade later. Okay, I heard that sound alert now. Hey Olympus, welcome in. Just checking on chat really quick. I got my 32 gigabyte kit for 50-ish British pounds a few months ago. Yeah, that's right before it picked up. Happy first time chat, filthy as a fox. Just here to see what it's like to build a PC, and I've been lost for the past 20 minutes. Yeah, I'm giving a lot more information, and I'm also breaking. I am going to edit this stream down into probably hopefully a 30 to 50 minute video. So you can always wait for that if you want, but I am going to give more information and at least have the step-by-step. So right now we're going through the build and what you need and what I've chosen. I picked a Lee case, which is $89, but you can honestly get a case for 50 bucks, no problem. It may not be the best case. You may not have all the features, like, it may not come with fans in it. It may not come with cable management features. But do you really need that if you're doing a budget build? Not really. It's kind of a nice to have. So you can always cut down on that. Lee, I know this person. I'm probably gonna have to work on this PC in the future. And so I decided that for myself, I would rather have a good case that I can use and get into and not have to like pull a bunch of cables out or like clip a bunch of zip ties or Velcro, depending on how you do your... I'm giving too much information. Depending on how you're doing your cable management, I want to be able to use this case well. Lee cases are pretty good. I just realized that I got a ATX mini tower case. This should be ATX. Oh no, it would tell me. That's right. Okay, I saw mini ATX, which is it's not mini ATX. I just panicked for a moment. And then I got a budget Sama G650 watt power supply, which on power supplies, just go for gold certified. I mean, you can go for silver. The thing is, if you have your PC on all the time, the efficiency of it gets better with the certification. So silver is less efficient than gold, is less efficient than platinum, and titanium, and so on. I think titanium might be the highest, but I go for gold. That's usually a good balance between price and efficiency. Yeah, and so you can see, at least according to PC Part Picker, it's a $1,000 build. That's including the RAM, which is inflated. Actually, it says $206.99. That's probably DDR4 RAM costs. And then it's also including the Ryzen 5900X, which is $370. So you could probably shave, if you're doing a budget build, if you wanted to copy this build, you could probably shave a good $300 or $400 off of this. Okay, so that's the build, and I think we should get started. Hey Huts, good to see you. PC building in this economy? Yeah, I just finished talking about how I'm reusing parts, and I kind of feel bad about that, but it's like better than buying cheaper parts for more money. So yeah, I hope you're doing well, Huts TV. I haven't seen you in a while. Yeah, EA EVGA. It's a relic, to be honest. A PC is a PC used parts or not. That's true. That is true. Okay. So I just realized that I left the graphics card upstairs. So I'm gonna run up there and go get it really quick. And I'm also gonna get a drink of water. I'm gonna try to take a break once every hour, because this activity can be really quick, where everything goes together and everything is just fine. And then it can also take like 8 hours. I don't think it's gonna take 8 hours today. Usually it's about how you fit things into the case, and whether or not like sometimes you realize you used the wrong cord and you put a motherboard over the cord and then a GPU and screwed it in and then routed the cables, and you have to undo all of it to fix the cord that was wrong. So hopefully we don't do anything like that today. So because of how long the stream may run, I think we're probably good for at least 3 to 4 hours minimum. I'm gonna try and take a break once every hour. So why don't we do that? Let's take a break. I'm gonna throw you to a BRB screen. YouTube, technically, if you're on YouTube, you don't get like an ad break like Twitch does. So I've put just like a shorts page up for you so that it's not like nothing. I forgot to make a BRB. I forgot to make a BRB screen button. Okay, well, let's do that. Hydrate with vodka? No, I am not. That's funny. Do you guys have any questions so far? Have I just been talking your ear off, and like, is any of this information good? Okay, let's pull the scene in, and the scene is BRB. And BRB is this scene, and then Twitch ad. Now, the reason I do Twitch ads, if you're unfamiliar, is so that people who aren't subbed and they've not been to my channel before, if they click on my channel, they get a pre-roll ad. Like, I don't get a choice in that. So they have like 3 minutes or 5 minutes of ads. Usually it's not that long, but sometimes it is, before they even get to see me. And like, I don't remember, but I don't remember the exact number, but the majority of users just click away and never wait for the ads. So running an ad break every hour will disable those pre-roll ads. It's kind of a nasty trick. Okay. Okay. Okay, so let's take a break. It says, I said 3-minute ad break, but it's going to be about a 5-minute break. And I'll be right back after this. All right, I'll see you guys very soon. I'm going to go get that graphics card and grab a drink of water and use the restroom, and I'll be right back. As a digital pyromaniac, I love trolling my loot gremlin friend. Are you just taking the whole crate?
Yeah.
Or?
You can stack them together and then climb on top, and you have advantage.
Okay.
I'm like, yeah.
A little help, please.
Dude, as soon as I'm like, I'm in a room with explosives. You motherfucker.
Oh shit!
Choo-choo! All aboard the Kraken Pacific Railway, non-stop to Hobbs Central Station. Please keep your arms and legs inside of the train at all times. You know, this is somehow slower than I thought it would be. Is it faster on flatland? Thank you for riding with Hobtrans. Bing! Oh no! That went about as bad as it could get. Oh, bauxite. Okay, well, can I dismantle that train? You know what? I'm gonna leave it there as a testament to my failure. Alright.
With Hobbs being sick, he's lost a bit of weight, and as unfortunate as that is, one of the benefits is that we finally have an excuse to give him clothing. So, what are you doing? What are you doing? He goes out every day to hang out in the backyard because he loves it and it helps give him good quality of life. So let's get his sweater on and get out there. Come on, get in there. Nice. There we go. What are you doing, bud? So good, bud.
Okay, I'm reloaded. I've got fuel. Had to check. And yeah, I've got my lunch. Got writing utensils. I think I'm ready to go to school. Save game. Thank you. Nuclear. Thank you. Thank you. Save. Yeet. Oh! The game is... Uh-oh. I can't see anything. Where am I? Am I in limbo? Hello? Oh, is that? Oh, that's new. Hey, I don't want to go any farther. Oh, I'm on the edge of the game. I almost died by leaving the playable area. I literally stopped at just the right time. That was pure luck. Oh, I hit the edge of the map. Oh my gosh. So what did we learn? We learned that hypertubes are fun.
Hobbs and I were just sitting together, and he was sleeping. But now he's a long boy, because he's got to cool off a little bit. Give me the knuckles, bud. Those are the knuckles. Yeah. I love you too.
You can stack power poles? I suppose so. Makes it easier for power packs. I just was like, I want to be able to go higher, so I wonder if I can just place it on top. Challenge your inner Josh, how many power poles can you stack? Well, this is farther than I've built before. We're getting close to the sky elevator. Where are we? Oh, we passed the top of the sky elevator. Ah, found it! Ah, let me down! I was pressing the wrong button. Cool. So this is the satisfactory map from the top of the world. And how many was it? I had 710 cable, and now I have 451. Something like 260. It's such a curvy pole. Blop. Wow. We just went to space and back in just an afternoon.
Okay, welcome back. Thank you for waiting. And sorry about... Why do I have to apologize? I don't have to apologize, but sorry about the ads. I don't like ads. Okay, so I got a few more things. We have the graphics card, which is also reused. So like, I really cheated this build. Like 3 of the major components I didn't pay for. Well, I did just years ago. This one is unused. It's a 3050. It'll play like DirectX 10 games. Well, it's not the only measure. There's Vulkan too, but anyway, it'll play modern games at least 30 FPS and last gen games close to 60 for 1080p. So if you're not familiar with actual PC like benchmarks and like performance, it's not quite that simple. It's not like the GPU makes the FPS, but let's not get into that right now. There'll be another time for that. How old is the paste on the GPU? I think 2 or 3 years, so nothing bad. GPU thermal paste, you don't usually have to change yourself. You know, maybe after like, I mean, it depends. Like sometimes you get a bad one. That's not something I would worry about if you're just starting out. If you get a used card, like you get it on eBay or like Facebook Marketplace or whatever, you get your used stuff, you may consider it if the card is like 5 years old, at least. But that is not something you should do unless your thermals are too high, which just Google how to check thermals on your graphics card, and you'll be able to get that that guide. So, okay. Would it be better to do a build and use a capture card for streaming? Oh, would it be better? Yes, it would. You still need... Actually, I don't know that you'll gain that much. So the thing about capturing and streaming, if you're going to be streaming on the same machine, then if you're using OBS or Streamlabs or whatever you're using, it's going to have to be encoding. So it's going to be using part of the GPU or the CPU, depending on which you choose. There are different encoders, and you can use either CPU or GPU. It's going to be using some of that resources because it needs to render the video and send the frames to Twitch or YouTube or whatever. If you're just capturing the, well, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. So that it needs a video encoder to both stream and capture. If you use a capture card, it offloads the capture to the card. So you save a little bit, but if you're streaming at the same time, you'll also need an encoder for that. When you are streaming and capturing on the same machine, you can use the same specs. So those are technically two different stages of the streaming process, but OBS is smart enough to you can choose to use the same encoder for the streaming as you do the capturing. So you don't have to re-render it. You just send what you captured over, and it's just a network call instead of a CPU or GPU, like a re-encoding. I got the 7700X. Nice, that's a good CPU. And a 7800 XT card. Nice, that's a good budget build. I was thinking, so I almost bought a graphics card for this build, and the one that I was going for was the 9060 XT, because it's got insane value for budget builds. You can get really good, it can technically do 1440p in most situations, but if you go at 1080p, you can get like good performance and good you can get higher frames and stuff like that, which is what I want to do. It's pretty cheap. It's like $300 or less. Like I had one in my cart for $250. I ultimately decided to go with the 3050 because the 9060 would be an upgrade. And I'm not here trying to spend $1,000 on a half build. So, yeah, 7800 XT is what I would recommend in the past. So that is a good budget build. If you want to do the last generation trick that I told you about earlier, that's a good choice. I do 1440p on a 5700 XT and a 4060 mobile. For what games though? So like rendering the desktop at 1440p is not actually much of a strain on your graphics card. Rendering a game engine, or like rendering a game at 1440p with a bunch of like with rasterization, which is like a certain type of rendering, and then like that games use, and then a bunch of the effects, like if you got any kind of like shading effects or I don't think the 5700 XT does ray tracing, but if you're using ray tracing, anti-aliasing, like there are a lot of things that a graphics card has to spend resources on in what a video game does. And when you're running it at a higher resolution, it has to do more pixels, it has to do more data, more bandwidth to actually render it to your display. And so it can be a little bit more expensive. You know, that's one of the performance tricks, is to lower your resolution if your performance is is bad. Thank you. What's the thank you for? I don't see. Oh, Shiro Kaiser, welcome. Thank you for the follow. I don't know why I didn't see that. It's right there, looking at me. I need another tower if I want to stream and have it look well. At a 7700X, you probably could get decent performance. And we need to get started, so I'm going to end this topic here in a sec, but you can get decent performance. I think depending on how strapped your budget is, you could get away with it. You just have to be okay with lowering your specs for the game a little bit. Like you could deal with it, is what I'm saying. Like it's not that bad. A two PC stream setup is good though. Like that's what I use. Audio is a little bit difficult to like understand when you do that, but if you know what you're doing, like it's very nice. I'm not super strapped. I was going to do it next fall. Nice. So yeah, that sounds like a fun build to do then. Like a stream PC does not need to have a better graphics card. It's fun. I've heard a creator, I'm not going to say their name, in the gaming space, who swore up and down that your stream PC had to have a better graphics card than your gaming PC. And it's the other way around. A stream PC just takes the capture of your graphics card. So your graphics card, you can take a HDMI cable or DisplayPort cable, depending what your capture method is. And it just thinks of it as another monitor. Then duplicating displays, like that's not hard for a graphics card to do. There's no extra calculation really to like put the same image to two monitors. But the capture card or the stream PC needs, all it needs to do is take in the video stream, encode it to the right encoder, and then send it to the stream site, right? Twitch or YouTube or whatever. Like you don't need a ton of power to do that, you know. And if you've got, if you've got NVIDIA, you can use NVENC encoder, which is like GPU powered. So if you have a GPU, then it's like no resources at all. And I think AMD has one too, but it's not AMD specific. It's like AV1, I think. Anyway, this is getting in the weeds. Let's continue. Okay. I forgot to do stream markers. But I'm gonna have to scrub through the video to find this. Okay, so since I'm cheating with this build, the first thing for me to do is to get the CPU and RAM out of my old build, which I already have right here. So this is actually kind of nice, because if you're building a new computer for the first time and you need to save the CPU, you're gonna have to do this. So let's switch. My camera overheated. I was worried about this. AV1 is supported on most modern cards. It's just a codec, not a hardware encoder. Okay, thank you, Boss Yapper. I wasn't sure about that. I couldn't remember if it was a hardware encoder or not. When I get ready to do it, I'll get a hold of you when I want to start parting it. So the only thing that I would recommend is check out PC Part Picker. I don't know that I can be available all the time. I mean, I'm in the Discord, and if you post it in the technology and let's see, what's the channel called? It is, if you post in Tech News and Help, then other people also can help out, and I'm in there sometimes too. But definitely get opinions on budget specs, and there's plenty of YouTube videos out there that can help with that process as well. So if you can't get a hold of me, don't despair. So when you're dealing with a CPU, you need it to be clean. So you don't just want to use anything to clean it. If you use like a paper towel or tissue paper or something like that, what it does is leave fibers behind, and that can cause like disruptions in the like the heat sink. So the primary thing in a PC build that a CPU needs is a heat sink, because the CPU runs so hot by design that you need to take that energy out, you know, instead of it melting itself down, because that's, you know, we're really pushing the limits of physics. Technically, we can, how do I want to say this? We're not pushing the limits of physics, but yeah, I'll just cut that out. The way CPUs are designed is to run it hot and then cool it off. The way you do that is by putting a heatsink, which is a flat, you know, you'll see that in a little bit, but it's a flat interface, and then you put a heatsink paste. There are different ways to do it, but the thermal paste, which is what I have right here, is you put that in between the CPU. I don't know why I'm explaining it, because I'm just going to show it. AVC is the hardware encoder for AMD. Okay, cool. Awesome. Okay, I'm going to stop explaining it and just show it. I wanted to explain why you shouldn't use just any tissue paper, but I think I'm just going to skip that. Don't use tissue paper or like toilet paper or like paper towels or something like that, because it leaves behind fibers, and fibers can get in the way of the thermal efficiency. You know, when the intense heat from the CPU, you know, starts getting synced to the heat sink, it changes in chemistry, right? When you add heat, that's like a normal, that's a common thermal, sorry, that's a common catalyst for chemical reactions. It can cause pockets in the thermal paste. It can cause dryouts in the thermal paste, and you don't want that. So what you need is alcohol, isopropyl alcohol, not whiskey. And what I use is, if you have glasses, I have lens cleaners. I bought these for my cameras and now for my glasses. And I use these because they're just like disposable microfiber cloths that don't leave behind residue. But I use these, they're like soaked in alcohol, isopropyl alcohol.
camera! Music!
Okay. I guess when what is going on here? No, okay, no, it is working. I guess when I created these scenes, this is annoying. Well, it was a tangent anyway. Okay, thank you. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Let me just spend a real quick second to make sure that that audio gets everywhere. Table wide. Yep, we're there. Zoom background, we're there. Table ISO table zoom. We are there. Yep. With hand cam. Yep, we're there. Literally, I picked the one scene that didn't have the mic that I was using. That's unfortunate. Okay, thanks everybody. I'm off to have a 5-year anniversary dinner. Nice. Have fun, Clockwork Crow. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, I appreciate it. Happy anniversary. Okay. So I think I explained the whole cleaning process without a mic, unfortunately. So the main things are to use a microfiber cloth that's new, or you can use like lens wipes, which is what I'm using here. If you're going to use a microfiber cloth, if it's been washed, then get like packing tape or something and turn it inside out and wrap it around your hands, and then like pat it here. So like there's gonna be like hair and like dander or whatever. Just like it's gonna be clean because you washed it, but it's gonna be on there, and you want to make sure that it's all out. And so the microfiber like threading makes sure that none of the threads stay on the CPU. And then when you use the packing tape, you get all the extra stuff from the wash off of it as well. I also would recommend, if you're dealing with the CPU at all, whether it's new or you're doing what I'm doing here, where I'm taking a CPU out, never take it out and just set it on the table. Like if you set it on the table, it'll bend the pins, and that damages the CPU. I'm just going to use the footage from when I was holding up to the camera. I'm not going to do that again. So I've cleaned the CPU, and I'm going to take it out when I need it. I'm going to transfer it to the other board, but for now, let's take out the RAM. Whenever you're working on a PC, if you can, do everything on the motherboard that you can before you put it in the case. I made that mistake when I first built a PC. And then you end up like crouching into your PC and like trying to do things, and then you can't apply force very easily, which you don't want to apply much force to your computer anyway. It just makes things difficult. So I'll repeat that honestly. It's like worth repeating. So RAM. And I've already committed a sin in, it's not a big sin, but I already committed a whoopsies, which is you need a static strap. So let me grab that really quick. So when you're dealing with PC components, you're going to want one of these. This is just a strap that connects to your skin. So if there's any electrical static charge that builds up, like when you rub your socks on the carpet or you know, something, you know, if you ever rub a balloon on yourself and your hair sticks up or something like that, that can discharge into your electronics or your PC components and cause damage. A lot of components nowadays are shielded against that kind of damage, but you don't want to risk it because this is expensive. So you get the wrist strap, you make sure it's contacting your skin, and then you clip the edge to something that is touching the floor. And ideally it would be metal. So like when you're working on your case, you can just clip it to the case. But for since I don't have a case yet, I'm going to clip it to this metal stand that I have underneath the table. With this level of detail in PC building, I just need to see a let's game it out approach to building a computer. I would love to see that, honestly. Cassandra, welcome. And honestly, I wasn't intending to put this much detail. You can put it around your ankle so the cord doesn't get in the way. Yeah, you just got to remember that you have your static strap. You know, just got to remember that you have it on so you don't like tear it out and rip it. So these are the RAM sticks. I think I might have more than 32 gigs, honestly. Yeah, these are 16 gigs. No, these are 8 gig sticks. So it's 32 gigs all in all. And for what this person's going to be doing, I'm not going to, they don't really need this much RAM. I'm going to give it all to them anyway, because I don't have any other DDR4 rigs. So hooray, they get an upgrade. So I have my CPU and I have my RAM, and now we're ready to take the first step in PC building, which is assembling the motherboard. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's bring you wide. I'm gonna put this over here for now. Now, when it comes to what you need for tools, you don't actually need that much to build a PC, but there are some things that make it easier. So before you begin, you're going to want to make sure that you have a set of like small screwdrivers. In fact, I can do. You know, this is just an old. I think this is iFixit brand or something like that. No, I don't think. No, it's not iFixit. But it's got magnetic tips, which are really helpful because when you're dealing with screws in your PC case, you drop them, it's gonna happen. And so it is like can be really difficult to get the screw back. So having magnetic tips prevents dropping. And then these ones also have a twisty top so that when it's on your palm, you know, you can twist it and not have a problem. I actually am gonna be using an electric screwdriver. These things you don't need, but they're a godsend. They're so good. You definitely don't need them, but it just saves time. And these are low torque screwdrivers. This is like a 1.5 volt or 3 volt. I don't see the rating, but it's only like 3 volts, and so it's not a very powerful like driver in the screwdriver. So make sure you're not using something that has a ton of. Never use a screw gun or a drill or something like that. And then we also have thermal paste, which we talked about earlier, but you'll definitely need thermal paste. I use Arctic Silver or Arctic brand. There are a couple brands that are good, but I've always used like Arctic Silver or MX4 is what I've got here. There's also graphene pads, but I wouldn't recommend them for everybody. Just do some research before you buy them. Graphene pads aren't paste. They're kind of like new. I'm actually using one in my primary build, and I haven't, it's good thermals, but you know, thermal paste you'll find a lot more help about, and if you ruin your graphene pad or fold it or something, it's just like it's the same kind of problem. You need to make sure you've got contact. Okay, I also have a magnetic extender. So like this is actually for like auto work. It's like you drop a nut or a bolt or something into your car, like you can use this to go get it. So if you do drop it, these are handy to have. You don't need it. I just like things that are convenient. And then finally, you're gonna need something to hold screws. I just have this glass bowl, and oops, I have one of these like toy magnets that I keep in there to like keep all the screws together. And that makes it so that if you like drop the case or it gets bumped, drop the bowl or it gets bumped off the table, that your screws don't go flying everywhere and then you're missing screws. It also just makes picking them up easier too. So that's like a little thing that I do. I've actually never seen anybody else do it. I'm not going to assume nobody else has done it, but that's what I like to do. And then the rubbing alcohol, and then we're ready. I also like to have like a little light, like a flashlight or something. Sometimes it's a little difficult to see exactly what you're doing in a PC case, but yeah. And then finally, in order to install your operating system, you need a USB stick. So 16 gig USB sticks are usually the best. Now, I know what you're thinking. If you've built PCs before, you don't have to have a USB stick. You can install it a different way. I'm just going through the most easy and common ways to install computers. So for this guide or for this, this video, that's what you need. Okay. The droid cam watermark? There's a watermark? Where? Oh, there is. Son of a dingus. I thought I paid for it. Must not have activated it. Oh well. Okay. All right. So, there's some important information in your motherboard box. You're gonna get these are shielding plates, which are for connecting to your PC case. You'll see that in a bit. Keep your warranty information. They give you some SATA cables, which is nice. This is a Wi-Fi dongle, so if your motherboard supports Wi-Fi, you're good. Tiny screws are for NVMe drives, so you want to keep track of those. That's why they put it in a whole bag itself, because they're tiny, tiny. My overhead light ran out of juice, so we're a little bit underlit. There we go. What are your thoughts on caseless builds? I think they look cool and I think they're fine. They just maybe aren't the most practical because one, it's difficult to move your case, and then two, if you have cats or pets or toddlers or just generally unknowledgeable people about PC component PC component sensitivity, it just is it's a risk of damage, you know. For thermals, I think it's fine. Like it's probably honestly not that much better, and maybe in some cases, if you don't have a fan on it, your airflow is going to be better in a case than it would be on an open build, because you know if you rely on ambient airflow, then that's going to be a much slower airflow than inside a case, and there's a couple reasons for that. If you're I'm going to talk about how to set up airflow in a PC case. You kind of want to have a 50-50 approach where like 50% of the fans are blowing in. Sometimes actually you can do more than 50% blowing in, and then some fans blowing out. And you could even do no fans blowing out and just rely on positive pressure from the case to blow the air out, because you're pulling in so much air that it forces it out. Honestly, I think at least having one fan blowing out is probably a good idea, but we'll go over that when we get to it. So when you're handling the motherboard, this is electric shielding. This whole bag that it comes in is electric shielding, so it's a good idea to like use it and keep it. You know, whenever you have a motherboard out, you know, don't leave it out, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Are you gonna throw the Windows install in this? Yes. Yes, I will. Okay. Let's actually go to table hand cam. So I'm gonna, yes. If so, for the love of God, I hope you have a USB 3 USB stick. This might be USB 2. So I might go get, see, the only thing is my next USB denomination, like the capacity, is like 128 gigs, and sometimes Windows hates USB sizes that much when you're trying to build a installation media, which we'll talk about when we get to it. So I'm going to move. How is that? Can you guys see what's happening? we've got the CPU slot right there. The Wi-Fi antennas look bent? These? Oh, you were right. They definitely are. Good eye. So if you look, you can see, like, this is supposed to be the same angle with these. So this is a non-important component. You can see, let me see if I can just hold the hand cam. Right here, this is the part that's bent. And it's supposed to be the same angle as these. This is the headphone jacks and stuff. So it's just a bracket that's holding it. So I'm going to bend it back myself, but you definitely don't necessarily want to just free bend components on your motherboard. You know, like if you bend one of these, this is a capacitor, and that will absolutely cause a short on your motherboard and cause like major issues. So I'm just going to bend this back, and it looks like it's a flimsy bracket anyway. So that should be good enough. In fact, I can use the camera to view angle. So that looks pretty good to me. So that should be good. All right. So here's the CPU slot. That's the first thing we're going to do because it takes the most care. And once you get the difficult stuff out of the way, you know, you don't have to focus quite as hard. Now, on every CPU, it's a little bit different, but there is a specific orientation for your CPU. And you'll have to make sure you don't try to force the pins down if they don't go. I think Intel might be a little bit different, but, oh wait, no. With AM5, they changed it, so it's like the same as Intel. On AMD CPUs, the pins used to be on the motherboard, but on AM5, wait, no, this is AM4. I don't know what I'm talking about. I think AM4 had pins on the CPU. Yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about. So we want to keep those pins as pristine as possible. So we don't just go forcing what's on there. When you're installing the CPU, there's always going to be a corner that is marked. Now it doesn't really look like a huge, you know, difference. And there's like stuff on the other corners. Oh, that actually might be, yeah, that's thermal paste. So I've got some thermal paste to clean up still. But you can see that corner has nothing, that corner has nothing, that corner has nothing, this corner does. So you always want to find the corner on the CPU slot that has a marking like that. Like this one right here, you can see there is a bracket like corner. No, it's not a bracket, it's just like a marking on the corner. And that's what you want to use to install. Sorry, to align your CPU. So as I align it, you want to get it as square, you know, with the slot as possible, and never force your CPU down. You just want to just move it around until the pins fit in, and it's just going to fall in, and that's it. You know, you'll feel the difference between slotted and not slotted. And then once it falls in, you use the pressure bar. I forget what this is called. The tension bar, I guess. And you just push it down and slip it underneath that notch. And now your CPU is seated, it won't move around and it'll be good. Now I am gonna clean this a little bit more. So there's thermal paste on the sides. Shouldn't actually be a problem. I'm just being a little bit detail oriented, but you definitely don't want to put so much thermal paste that it spills out on the board. I think I mentioned this already, but you know, as debris gets on the thermal paste, it can cause shorts, you know, if you just let it spill onto the board. Now the thing about the reason why you use rubbing alcohol is because rubbing alcohol evaporates completely. It doesn't leave any residue behind. And that's what you want. You don't want that residue. You don't want stuff getting mixed in with the thermal paste. Now, if you're using rubbing alcohol, you do want to wait for it to dry and evaporate before you do anything else. So yeah, I got plenty off the sides. All right. So that's gonna evaporate. Majority of thermal paste is non-conductive. That is true. That's why I was saying debris that gets stuck in the thermal paste could cause shorts. It's not very likely, but it's not something you should get in the habit of allowing, you know, thermal paste getting on the board. Okay, so while that's evaporating, let's install the RAM. And for the RAM, there is a specific way you should install it. And you may not be able to tell, but this side doesn't have a bracket. So what happens is there is three things that, well, I don't know what I was about to say. You have this notch and it's offset. You can't really tell, but there are no gold contacts here. So there is, one side is longer than the other side. So you have to find the right orientation, and you don't want to force the RAM into the slot if it's not going. And then on the sides here, there's a notch that lines up with these brackets. This one, these all have a locking mechanism. The other side is static. So you're going to want to place it in like that and then push it down. And remember, never force. You can just kind of like eye it. You can see I've got the RAM here. It's like where on the vertical, it's like on the same vertical of what it's going to be, and it lines up with the notch, so I think I'm good. So we just slip it down, and then with even force, you might want to use your palms so that you don't like push laterally. You just push it down, and you'll hear that click. You may not hear an actual click, but you'll feel it with the notch. It naturally pushes the locking mechanism in. And when you need to get it out, you just press that locking mechanism and you lightly pull it straight up. And now, since I've already got one in, I can just line up the lettering on the top. And that saves me time of having to remember and figure out which way they're oriented. Now, the thing about RAM is that there is something called dual channel. So if you don't have 4 slots, I know I have the same RAM stick for all 4 slots, but if you have 2 RAM sticks, you want to put them in series. And the way you figure out what that even means, in fact, let's this is something you should also have that I forgot to mention. I'm going to take this out real quick. There we go. There's a couple websites besides pick apart that you'll need when you're doing a PC build. One of them is your motherboard manufacturer's support page for your motherboard. So if we go to desktop, I've already pulled this up. You can just search your motherboard title, you know, B550 Phantom Gaming 4AC. Sometimes there's a revision number, so you may want to like check your, you know, whatever purchase listing you got your motherboard from, or just the box, like look at the barcode by the label to make sure it's the right revision. Thank you, Chris Quartz, for the gift sub to Brightspark. Nice, no ads for Brightspark. So glad you mentioned this. Yeah. It's good to have, and you'll see why. So if we go to the support side, there are download links for everything. You're gonna want that manual. Now, I don't like reading the manual if I don't have to. In PC building, you do need the manual. You don't have to read the whole thing, but it's good to have. There's a couple things you need to make sure you get right, and that's in the manual. So click on the manual, get the English version, and usually it's just a PDF. You can just open it up in a new tab. If you're on Firefox, that's middle click on the link, and it'll just open it up in a new tab. For some reason, I get kind of frustrated when I see coworkers like left click and like select and slowly select with their mouse and like have it open up and like at the end of like 50 tabs, and then they have to scroll, and it just takes so long. Just literally middle click on the link, but that's okay. Not everybody has to, you know, be efficient. If you're using Windows Media Creation Tool, I recommend using Rufus on the larger drive. I'm not sure what that is. I don't think I've used that before. Okay, so in this case, we're talking about memory. So installing memory modules, it might have the information. We need to find out which slots to put the RAM in. If you only have 2 sticks of RAM and they're the same like sizes and model numbers, which they should be, you don't want to like mix and match RAM. It'll cause performance issues. But you need to put them in series, and so we need to look at the motherboard spec to find out what which slots are in the same channel, basically. So let's go to installing memory modules, and if we zoom this in because it's really small, here we are. So UDIM is just the type of slot, you know, it's just a RAM stick. But these are the actual slot indicators. So A1, A2 is slot 1, slot 2, B1, B2, slot 3, slot 4. And it is saying for, I don't know what DR means. What does that mean? Double data rate. Single rate, dual rate? I'm actually not sure. SR, DR, Matisse, APU. I don't actually know what that means. Dual rank, single rank. Okay, thank you, Frivolous Squid. Usually they're not that detailed. So I mean, that's great. Thank you. It says they're under the table. Oh. Yeah. ADHD strikes again. Inattention for the win. Okay. So what this is saying is for single rank, 1 stick, or for dual rank, 2 sticks, A2 and B2 are what you want to use. So you can put 1 stick in B2. You can put 1 stick in A2. And it even has like frequencies. I've got 3200, or what do I have? These are 3600, so it looks like they'll be capped at 3200 frequency. That's what the motherboard supports. So I want A2 and B2. And so we need to find what that means on the motherboard. More info is always better unless it makes you gloss over the obvious. Yes. Yes. So there's also going to be a motherboard layout page. So if I just hit 0, nope. How can I go to the top of the page? Can I home? Nope. Okay, home does work. Let's go to the table of contents and look for that motherboard layout. So that'll tell you which slots are A2 and B2. I could probably guess, but it's good to find out, you know, for real. So right here, I'll just zoom in. All right, from left to right, closest to the CPU, starting closer to the CPU, we have A1, A2, B1, B2. So if we take a look back at the motherboard itself, starting from the closest to the CPU, we have A1, A2, B1, B2. Now I have 4 sticks and they're all the same model, so it doesn't matter for me. But if you're only using 2 sticks, you would want to use the 2nd and 4th slots, you know, from closest to the CPU to farthest away from the CPU. So let's just pretend I've only got 2 slots right now, and I'll install the other 2. And remember to match that notch up before you go pushing. This does take a little bit of force. Just don't force it. I mean, if that makes sense. And actually, I said use my palms so that you don't push laterally, because you can absolutely snap the whole slot off of the motherboard. Just even pressure until you hear that click, and that's good. And then B2 is the 2nd slot for 2 RAM sticks. I'll do the same thing because it's kind of, yep. Oh, I was missing a stick. I was like, where did the last stick go? And then since I don't have 2 sticks, I have 4, I'm just gonna install the last 2. A hammer is a good tool. It is not. It is definitely not. Although I bet you could do it with a hammer with care. That would be kind of funny. Building a PC with a hammer is a YouTube video I might watch. Do you not have a Logitech mouse with smooth scrolling mode? Oh, I do, but then I have to wait for it to scroll. I've done it with the rubber mallet. That's funny. Okay, so the CPU should be dry by now. The RAM sticks are installed, so we're good. Now we just need to install the CPU cooler. And to do that, we've got the thermal paste, like I said before, and I'll bring the cooler over here. Like I talked about earlier, my PC part picker says it's an air cooler. It was that Cooler Master 212. Where is it? Okay, yeah, right here. Cooler Master Hyper 212. But I'm actually not using that. I found a Cooler Master Elite Liquid 240, which you don't actually need. If you want to build a budget PC, chances are you're going to find cheaper air coolers. Are they as efficient and good at cooling as liquid coolers? No. But the actual performance increases from them are not that great. Now, if you do any kind of overclocking, it's a good start is with liquid coolers, because you're going to get faster thermal dispersion with liquid coolers. It's just not necessary. And depending on how much overclocking you do, you may want to run your own custom liquid cooling system. That's way beyond any kind of starter activities for PC building, and I would not recommend it until you're really familiar with this process and really familiar with what can go wrong. Okay. So let's just throw the Cooler Master in here just so I can prove to you that it's compatible. We've got a Cooler Master Liquid 240. And this is, I guess I need to find the actual model name. Product specs. It supports AM4, which is really most of what you need to know. AM4 is the socket type. I don't think I explained that, but yeah, different CPUs have different socket types, and you need to make sure you got the right one. Elite Liquid 240. What's going on here? I'm mid builds myself, going from a 2700X to a 9800X 3D. I am excited for you, Frivolous Squid. That is mind-breaking how good that performance change is going to be. You're going to notice so much snappiness in your, just in the OS, like just clicking around your desktop. That's going to be great. I've always preferred PGA sockets, something about seating it properly. Yes. They are easier or harder to screw up. AMD stock cooler is great on the lower end of chips, 5500, 5600. Yeah, it depends on how high of a tier your hardware is too, on whether or not you need whether or not a liquid cooler would be better for you. Live life on the edge, overclock with air coolers. Decent air coolers are more than capable. I don't doubt that. I just wouldn't risk it myself, you know? Okay, let's figure out what's going on with this. Elite Liquid 240. If this ends up not being compatible and I have to just use the air cooler, I'm gonna laugh. Master Liquid is not Elite Liquid. Cooler Master Elite. This is the one that I got, I'm pretty sure. Let's see if there's a model number. ELW36M. I'll read the rest, don't worry. ELW24M. Okay, so it's not this one. Cooler Master Elite. 24M. Yep. 24M. ELW D24M. ELW D24M. A21DA. A21DA. RW. Okay, this is mine. So let's add to part list. And we are compatible. Let's just check the details to make sure. Some physical constraints are not checked, such as RAM clearance. I have low profile RAM, so I'm good. So that is compatible. Oh, this is on the wrong build. Okay, so this is the build that I was doing as a demonstration. Okay, here it is. Let's edit this part list. And delete the Cooler Master Hyper 212. I don't know why, there was some cookie issue. I'm using LibreWolf, which is a open source, non-Mozilla branch of Firefox that doesn't use AI and doesn't sell your information to Google. So it's basically Firefox, but better. But the thing is, it has pretty aggressive privacy measures, and so it can like it can nuke cookies and sessions and stuff. Cooler Master Elite is what it was. And I think this was it. Looks like I still got a deal on it because it's $40 right now on the market, and I got it for 25. 24M A21 DARW. This is it. Okay. So let's add that and just double check on the right build. Is it compatible? Potential issues. Okay, let's scroll down. Supports 59X. Okay, so this is the motherboard warning that we saw earlier. There shouldn't be any issue then with the cooler. Okay, so that took a while, but it's good to do that because you need to confirm that your stuff is compatible. And when you make changes without checking and saving your part list, which I'm going to do right now. Save. You can make mistakes, and mistakes are bad. Okay. Just check on chat really quick. Joe Mama, welcome, Didu. Oh, JK Payne, I'm sorry. My YouTube chat window on my OBS is broken, so I'm not reading YouTube quite as fast. I wouldn't use microfiber as it can rip components off. It can, especially if you're using too much force. Microfiber is fine as long as you're avoiding caps on top of the IHS. Yeah. King Penguin, good to see ya. What socket in the motherboard? This is AM4 socket. Okay. RAM clearance isn't usually an issue for an AIO cooler since the cooler block on the CPU is much smaller than the actual cooler. Correct. Okay, so here's the cooler. Let's actually clean up the space a little bit. The clean workspace is a good idea. And I'm done with the old motherboard that I took the RAM and the CPU off of. If you weren't here earlier, I'm cheating with this build. I'm using DDR4 RAM and a 5900X AMD CPU, so I don't have to pay for it. And it's better than what I would have gotten if I, for what I could afford for this person's CPU build, or build. This is a gift build. I'm gifting it to a family member. Let's go table wide. All right. Usually for coolers, there's not too much you need to pay attention to in the box, just making sure that you assemble it correctly. Sometimes they're kind of complicated, but in general, nowadays they really aren't. A lot of coolers are cross-compatible between Intel and AMD, and that's the thing you got to pay attention to. They have different hardware for different manufacturer of motherboard, or motherboard compatibility, I guess. I unclipped? How did I unclip? Okay, so yeah, they've already got two different brackets. These go underneath the motherboard, and then you screw in from the top so that, you'll see for this motherboard, we actually probably already have what we need. If I show you, these two parts are where the cooler attaches to. And if we need to change those out so that the cooler interface, let's say it's custom, then you'll have to unscrew these and then attach these back brackets along with whatever hardware they provide. I'm actually not seeing anything, but let's check the manual anyway. I just constantly lick my fingers to be safe. Then there's there's me that watched the one LTTT video about electricity, static electricity with electro boom. Yeah, I mentioned it before, but electrostatic charges you don't really have to worry about nowadays because a lot of components have shielding. But honestly, it's not something you want to mess with because this is expensive. You know, this is an expensive hobby. So you're going to want to get an electrostatic wrist strap. Let's see. So we have AMD, AM4, AM5, which is what I've got, and it looks like we do need to unscrew. So you see right here, it doesn't use the clasp mechanism that's already on the motherboard right here. We need to drill directly from the brace on the cooler mount point, or whatever that's called, the cooling block. And we need to use screws that they provide directly to screw it in the motherboard. So we're gonna have to take off the clasp mechanism. So why don't we do that? So I'm gonna bring everything back. And I've got the handy electric screwdriver. It's only, I think it's, I said 3 volt earlier, so it's like very low torque. It might be 1.5 volt, I don't remember. But thankfully, this motherboard, which is made by ASRock, I actually haven't used ASRock in a long time, so I wasn't sure what to expect, but they provide Phillips screws, which are very common, so it's easy to deal with. Sometimes they use worse. And you can see it's already got a bracket on there that was the clasp mechanism was using. So we just lift it up, take that out, and then we'll need to replace it. And now we got to figure out which backplate that it provided we need to use. So let's go back to the manual. Oh, there's a quick installation guide. That's probably going to be more useful in telling us which one to do. So I don't think there's any good way for you guys to read the text that I'm holding because all of my cameras are flipped in perspective. Did I say drill? I thought I said screwdriver. I said drill? Okay. The last comment that I made when I talked about the screwdriver earlier was don't use a drill, and I think that's just what was in my working memory. I didn't do garbage collection. That's an unfortunate reality of ADHD, folks. You have data corruption on your active instruction set and your working memory, so you know, I'm not very anxious right now, so I'm not doing garbage collection. My bad. So this is the AM5 section. AM4 is down here. This is not the same cooler that we're working with. Why did... Oh, this is the motherboard quick install. My bad. I guess I should keep those together so I don't make that mistake again. Here it is. I was surprised you went with ASRock because of the issues they have with AM5. Well, this is AM4, so we are safe on that. Okay, AM4, AM5. I'm not seeing the type of backplate. You know, the holes will probably match up, and that's what we need. So let's just check it. Are these the same things? It doesn't look like that. You can see there's an offset. I don't know if you can actually tell. One is ever so slightly different than the other. So this one obviously won't fit. So let's use this one. Okay, so let's flip the motherboard over. Now we got to be careful because we have the RAM already installed. We do not want to rest and put force on the RAM itself. So we'll just hold it with one edge of the motherboard resting on the table lightly. Okay, so I was wrong. Even I said obviously, and I was obviously wrong. What is going on here? Oh, we used, okay, my bad. We used the back plate that it came with. I made that mistake. So neither of them fit. That was the answer. We used the back plate that it came with because you can use the same threading. And this actually shouldn't be a problem. But let's just double check. It's good to be safe that the threading is the same. So I picked the AMD screws. So that's what we'll be using. And the threading is correct. No forcing necessary. And we'll just go ahead and pre-install these. Any AM4 or AM5 compatible cooler uses the stock backplate, which I've only... Actually, you know what? I was going to say I've only installed AM5, but that's not true. I don't think I remember that. Like, I just don't keep that information in my brain. Garbage collection happened for that one. Okay, so that's pre-installed. Now you're going to see, like, the backplate is loose, and that is okay, because we're going to be putting pressure on the cooling block, which will then get, you know, mounted with the screws, and the cooling block will hold itself, like hold it with the backplate to the CPU. It won't be going anywhere, even though it's loose right now. You guys kind of see there's like a give there. You don't have to worry about that. So we're good. And it looks like we also have a pressure, they have screws with springs that apply more pressure. So we'll use that in just a moment. We also have, oh, these are screws for the radiator. So we'll use those later. We just won't be using Intel screws. So I'm going to put that back in the box. And Luca has joined us. And because he's joined us, that means Cat Dander's probably in the air right now. So I'm going to give the CPU one last wipe with rubbing alcohol before I do the thermal paste. Because you really don't want to get stuff. It's probably not that big of a deal, but, you know, like I said, thermals, heat is a catalyst to chemical reactions, and it can cause pockets and cracking and, you know, drying out of thermal paste. And while it may or may not be likely, and I haven't done any empirical studies of that happening, it's just not a good idea to have debris in your thermal paste. Okay. Let's go to Zoom. Okay. I'm just gonna have to like not rely on this being available. So now that the backplate is installed, I should keep the cooler out. Let's just keep all the material together, because you want to keep everything, especially if you use the cooler on an Intel board in the future, because that's what these are for. The extra stuff is for it's for Intel socket CPUs. Where did I put the Intel screws? I was just talking about that. Oh, I put it back in the box. I'm just going to put everything in the same bag. Does the cooler come pre-pasted? It might. Sometimes they do. When I got a Corsair liquid cooler, closed loop liquid cooler for the first time, it was pre-pasted. I ended up wiping it off and using my own paste because I spent money on it, and I was like, mine's better. Probably wasn't, but this one is pre-pasted. now I'm trying to decide if I want to do the same, because I have my own paste and I wanted to demonstrate it for you guys. I think I will, just for that fact. I want to demonstrate for you guys the pasting process. Luca, what are you doing? Okay, so the camera's not working. I'm gonna check on this camera. It's on. Let's reset the source. Oh, okay, let me check the battery. I have it charging, but it may not be it may be out. Yes, okay, it is out of battery. So let's see if I can fix that really quick. How do I want to do this? Okay, I actually do have to get a little bit, roll my sleeves up a little bit. This is what took me so long to get ready for this stream and why I was not fully ready when I started. Because this is like a significantly more involved set than what I did last year and what I normally do for streams. And the last year that I'm referring to is I built a PC. I rebuilt my main PC. All right, I've got a power supply here with USB-C. Now I'm just narrating everything I do. We might have to use the handheld cam. Yeah, let's let that battery charge up a bit. I don't have a dummy battery that lets my camera plug into the wall for that one. Okay. Hand cam. All right, so this is pre-pasted. This is the radiator. You can see that, sorry, this is the cooler. This is the radiator, and it has pipes all the way down to the cooling block. It's gonna look really good on the build at the end. It is pre-pasted, and I'm gonna wipe that off because I wanted to show you guys the pasting process. So let's do that really quick. I'm just going to use the microfiber cloth because it'll be way faster. All right. Now I use kind of inward motions from the outside in, or you can use circular motions, but I'm trying to do this a little fast. What you want to avoid is scratching the surface, because you want flat contact surface as much as possible. When you get grooves, then you get unequal thermal distribution. When you have a scratch, like that groove, that groove from the scratch will cause fluctuations, and then certain parts of the CPU may not cool off as fast as the rest. And now, I mean, that's probably not that big of a deal, especially if you're not overclocking, but it could cause problems. And so you just want to avoid that. A lot of this stuff in PC building is like, there is a good enough point of your methods that'll handle, but like there's a lot of mistakes that you can make. And if you scratch the PC cooling block and you leave debris on the CPU and you force the RAM slot, like as you're setting everything up and then you turn the PC on for the first time, every single thing that you touched on your PC could be potentially a problem. So it's not necessarily about being super anal retentive and like very like specific and you have to do it perfect for every single piece. You just want to follow best practices so that you can reduce the error rate and have, you know, the probability of your PC turning on for the first time that much more high, right? So you don't have to be paranoid about it, but just try and follow the best practice. So that is all clean. You can see there's no debris. It's like even reflecting pretty well. So we're ready for thermal pasting. Now, a lot of thermal paste comes with a spreader. I don't use it. You know, it's like a little spatula that you can, actually, you can kind of see it there. And you would ideally, like what they're suggesting is you like spread it across to like get an even distribution. I don't, and I'll tell you why. But let's first clean the CPU one more time because the cats were jumping up here. I even saw something on there, so I'm glad I'm taking this step. I saw a little speck on there. Okay. And just gonna blow it gently to get the alcohol off. So here's the thermal paste, and you definitely don't want to use too much. So what I do is, well, okay, I get the cap off first. Okay, this is really stuck on there. What is going on here? I just used this yesterday, like literally, to swap that old motherboard out. Okay. I don't really see what's going on. Like, it's just, I mean, it looks like it's just on there. There's no issue. I might need to get needle nose pliers. One sec. Yep, okay, that was it. It was just really tightly on there. I guess I didn't know my own strength or something, I don't know. That was weird. Okay. I'll find it. Where's the camera? This is not working. Okay, that wasn't hard. You're right. Yeah, thanks. Okay, so the way I do this, because you know, this is like any, you know, if you've ever used a caulk gun to like seal your bathroom or something, or I don't know if you've ever seen it happen, like anything with that's a tube of paste that has a plunger, it's you can't see that, a tube of paste that has a plunger, if you put pressure down, you don't necessarily know how much material is going to come out, and so you want to be careful that you don't plunge it too fast. So what I do is I put it on my the kind of like seated on my palm just a little bit, and I apply just a very little bit of pressure at a time to see how much comes out, and then, you know, if you stop plunging, how much comes out, so that you can get an accurate amount. So what I do is I put a little bead in the center. That actually might be too much there, because, you know, the amount of force you're going to apply to this this bead is going to spread it out all the way on its own. So that's pretty much it. Like, it doesn't have to be perfect. It just needs to be enough thermal paste and not too much. There's like a tolerance, I guess. I didn't really say anything with that sentence, did I? So that's about how much I usually put. And then we bring it down. Now, this is ideally you want to do this before you start with thermal paste, but like, check your thermal block. See if there's any like specific orientation. I once had a Corsair thermal block that was upside down for like 5 years, because the words Corsair were on the thermal block. Now, I have kind of messed up a little bit. I'm already putting on the cooler before I know how the radiator is going to be situated in the case. So that is a mistake. I should have looked at the case first and to figure out which side I want the tubes to go. You know, this is up. This side of the motherboard is up, because the motherboard is going to be on its side as it's standing in the case. And so the radiator usually the radiator is going to be like up here on top of the motherboard, like at the top of the case. Some cases mount the radiator, like you have a radiator mount other places than the top. So I might have to redo the thermal paste because of that mistake. So I'm just going to set it. I'm going to apply it now, and then we'll just keep in mind that I might have to redo it. So I'm gonna put it. How do I want to do this? If I put it at the bottom, then the tubes will curve up, possibly. Like the edge of the radiator, I can actually pick it up and show you how it might be oriented. If it's oriented like this at the top of the motherboard, then the tubes will sit like that. And then like this is going to be RGB lighting. There's no like design or LCD screen, because you can get LCD screens on cooling blocks. But it, like, how do I want the light to cast from the cooling block? If I put it this way, then it kind of gets the tubes out a little bit, and it makes the cooling block a bit more visible. Probably the same on the other side. There's also the possibility that the radiator might be flipped as well. So let's put it with the tubes on the right side. You know, you don't have to repaste it if you remove the block. I do normally, because I don't want to risk debris. And so we just thread it in to the screws on the back plate. And now as we bring it down to bring it to give it contact with the CPU, we want it to be even level force, because it's right now it's spreading out that CPU paste, that thermal paste, and we want it to spread as evenly as possible. We don't want to push on one side more than the other. And this is why you do this before you install your motherboard in the case, so that you can have it on a flat surface and you can apply even force on the CPU to spread out the paste as good as possible. And we'll take the screws, we'll just bring them over here so you can see them. And what I do is the crosswise pressure application. So you do one side, and if your application needs to be even, like the pressure from the screws needs to be even, then you do the opposite side of the first screw, and then you pivot, and then do the opposite side again. And as I actually screw them down, I'm going to do the same thing. This is like what you do when you're changing a tire, if you've ever changed a tire in a car. And for this one, I'm actually not going to use the motor on the electric screwdriver, because I don't want to screw it in too fast. So we'll just do opposite side a little bit at a time. Just like a tire. Yeah, exactly. And what I mean by that, if you've never changed a tire, as you put the tire on, there are lug bolts, like lug nuts. You know, if you've ever seen a mechanic in a commercial or something, like have a gun that like screws in the nuts on the tire, there's 8 of them all around the tire. And if you screw in one side more than the other, when you set the car down, it could be that you have like the tire could be skewed. So like, even though it feels like it's fully seated for you, there may be room. And what that room happens when you have room in the tire between the nut and, you know, the tire plate, that will, like, the tire will move, and the car is really heavy. And you strip both, you can strip the lug nuts, you can, like, the metal will get eaten away by driving the car. So that's why you want to apply pressure evenly, so that there is no possibility of extra space in those threads of the lug nuts on the tire. So that one's done. We're almost done here. I'm not worrying as much about applying pressure with my thumb now, because pretty much all the pressure has been transferred to the screws, or the pressure application is from the screws now. So that's it. That's done. It's very good. What watch do I use? This is a OnePlus something. OnePlus Watch 3 or something like that. Honestly, it's better than the Fitbits that I've had in the past, but I kind of don't like it. It dies in 3 days, and I kind of want a Garmin or something, because Garmin's last for like 2 weeks before needing to charge them, and they've got GPS and heart rate monitor, and I don't really care about seeing my notifications on my watch on my wrist anymore, partially because half those notifications are from work. I'm already paying attention to work. I don't need to know that there's something. I don't need to know by the minute, by the second, that somebody's trying to talk to me. So a Garmin would be nicer. You know, it has smartwatch mode, so it has Pebbles were so good back in the day. Yes, they were. I coded up a watch face for it. Yeah, I've had I don't think I've had a Pixel watch. What did I have? I had the LG watch when smartwatches were first a thing. I'm taking the rubber bands off of the power cables for the CPU water block. So we'll look at those when we install the motherboard in the case. Oh wait, actually we might do it now, because then we don't have to crouch. So these are fan cables. This one is an RGB, You can tell because there's only three pins, and it's spaced out. Like those, that's not a regular like header configuration for the pins. So this one is like, this is a classic fan power cable, and on the motherboards you'll see places for them all over the place, like right here. You can kind of see it. Oh, that's upside down. Let's change the skew really quick. There we go. You can see right here it's got that notch. We've got one up here. Where is it? There, right there. And they should be labeled. And if they're not, then you need to check the motherboard manual. But in this case, we've only got one fan connection. Chances are it's going to go in the case, the CPU fan slot. And if you can see it right there, you can see CPU fan is labeled. And that's probably where we want it. There are sometimes an AIO. That's what a liquid cooled CPU cooler is actually called. It's like an AIO pump. AIO? I don't actually remember. But there's sometimes a fan header for that as well. So we need to find, there's CPU fan 2. I don't see any others. Oh, that's CHA is case fan or chassis fan. Chassis is how it's spelled, but chassis is how it's pronounced. The fan header here's case fan. So it doesn't look like it's got a pump header. So we want to put this on the CPU fan, and we'll do that right here. You know what? I'll just hold the camera. I'm like trying to hold up the motherboard. This is what I mean when I say my brain is dented today. So the notches, it's actually not going to use all 4 pins. Actually, this one does. Some fans don't use all 4 pins, but the notch should match up the feet right there, like the little guide pieces. So that's done. So that's now installed. There are more in the radiator. If I take this plastic off, there are two more connections we got to do later. And actually, since the whole idea is that you do everything you can before putting it in the case, so you don't have to crouch in the case, let's figure that out right now. These are it's an all-in-one pump. Oh, AIO, all-in-one. Thank you. I actually didn't know what that stood for. These cables came with the pump, or the cooler. So these might be RGB. Nope. So we've got, it looks like these are the 2 connections for the radiator. And then this is, looks like, yeah, this is for connecting to the fan. A fan header on the motherboard, just like we just did. And then this is RGB as well. So let's go ahead and connect these before we do anything else. We might need to disconnect them if they're plugged in the wrong way. But it's better to have it attached to the fan right now. Sorry, that sentence was really delayed. It's better to have them attached to the fan right now, so we don't lose them. And then get confused with their other cables, you know, from the motherboard or something. Okay, so let's not do anything else. We're gonna have to connect. Actually, no, we do need to figure out that fan. Where does the fan plug go in? Because we have that CPU fan here, then we have a case fan here. Oh, you can't see it. We have the CPU fan that was on the other side of the cooling block, and then we have a case fan connection right here. We're gonna have to consult the manual, so let's do that. Oh, CPU fan header too. Thank you. There is no other connections, so thank you, chat. Thank you, Boss Yapper. Bam. So that's how the motherboard interfaces with the CPU cooler, and it'll send signals to like spin up the fans if the thermals are bad. So like if it gets hot, it'll signal the fans to activate so that the cooling engages, and then the water, it's probably not water actually, but the coolant fluid in the pipes, in the hoses will start running, and it'll heat up so that the fans cool down the radiators. It's actually kind of a cool technology. These radiators are like double walled, or maybe it's the spines here are where the fluid goes in, but these are pretty. I actually don't know that for sure. I always thought that the fluid went through the spines, and then the heat dispersed through the radiators, because you can see it's like a small area, so it got pressure forced through the radiator, and then the fans would cool it down on the back. I've actually never confirmed that, so maybe I shouldn't say that's how it works before I actually know that. Okay, I was supposed to take a break every hour. It is now 3-hour mark. So we need to check what else needs to be done on the motherboard before we put it in, and then we can start assembling inside the case. So when we get back, we'll review the components that we have and then check on the case. I don't think we have any other components, but I will confirm that, and then when we come back, we'll open up the case and start working on that. It uses natural convection movement of the medium inside due to the heat. It's interesting. Yeah, cool. All right, I'm gonna go on break. I'm gonna go maybe make some tea. I don't know. But you guys will, I mean, if you weren't here for last break, I've got shorts that just play. So you can take a break yourself. I'm gonna take probably 5 minutes and actually time it this time, so I'm on time. But yeah, I'm gonna go rest my voice and get a drink, and there'll be an ad break for Twitch so that we can eliminate pre-rolls. And I'm just gonna literally narrate everything I'm doing, because that's what I do, I guess. Okay, I'll be back. See you in 5 minutes. Hi, bud. What's up? What are you doing?
Okay, so we've got inputs at the front, and then inputs on the back. Oh! No! No! Heal! Heal! Who's dead? Who's dead now? Oh my gosh, I can't believe I made that. That was amazing. Did I get that in a good spot? Oh, I almost did it again. I need to put some rails on this, guys. Okay, so we've got inputs at the front, and then inputs on the back. Oh! No! No! Heal! 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 Oh! Oh. Who's dead? Who's dead now? Oh my gosh, I can't believe I made that. That was amazing. Did I get that in a good spot? Oh, I almost did it again. I need to put some rails on this, guys. Does he know I'm here? No, he knows I'm here. He knows I'm here. Go down, go down, go down, go down. He won't get me. Yes, yes, no, no, no. Okay, scan, scan, scan. Scan, scan, scan. Okay.
The biomass
Yes!
in this
Stab!
area is dominated by plant life. Picking
Okay.
up faint or
Okay, get up to him.
signatures.
Hey, come back. Come back. I need to stab you. I'm so freaked out right now. I hate these guys. I don't know why it's repeating shorts. It shouldn't be. It should be a random loader. I'll have to look at the JavaScript I used, but oh well. I'm still making tea right now, and I do want to at least like drink some of that before I get started again. So let's just hang out for a sec. Kinalina, welcome. How long you reckon this will take? Honestly, I'm going way slower than I should be. And I was actually hoping... Luca, come on. Hi. No. Nope. 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 What? What do you want, man? This is not a playground, man. I was hoping to do the install for Windows as well, but I don't think we're going to get that far. I wanted to show it posting for you guys. There's the tea. Keep an eye on Luca. Don't let him step on the motherboard. All right. Oh, where's my cup? Here we go. Yeah, I'm hoping it won't take too much longer to get everything hooked up in the case, because it is a simple build. I don't have a ton of peripherals or anything. We got one SATA drive. We've got the thermal paste and sorry, the CPU cooler's done. We don't have a ton left to do.
but the case, cable management, might take more time than I expect. I'm not real good at estimating these times. I thought I'd do this in like 4 hours. Okay, I got my tea. It needs to cool down a little bit and steep. Yeah, welcome back. I also, YouTube chat, I apologize. But I don't like it. My OBS is broken right now, so it's not showing YouTube chat. So I have to look at my phone, and I'm not doing that as much as I should. My bad. I didn't miss the whole thing. Howdy, folks. Welcome in, Keenalina Winters. I was kind of grooving on that last short. Damn. It is available on my channel. Maybe you might have to find it, though. Are you at least enjoying the process? I am. Luca is not, because he wants stimulation and attention, as shown right now. He's actually not used to me sitting for this long and him not getting lap time. So we might have to let him do that. All right. Well, one of the things that we need to do, and I am going to use this USB 2 drive because it's all I got. Actually, no. I don't have an extra USB port. They're all used. I guess I can unplug my mouse or something. Or keyboard. Let's unplug my keyboard. Luca, what are you doing, man? Trying to pull the whole table down with him. There we go. Okay. Well, while the tea is brewing, and before we get into the case, let's at least go over Windows Media Creation. What that means is you just set up a USB drive to make it so you can install Windows on a new computer. So let's do that really quick. And if we go over here to the desktop, I've already loaded. You just type in download Windows 11 or download Windows, whatever, for Windows 11. I'd rather not use Windows 11 myself, but I'm not going to give an outdated OS as a gift. We want Windows 11 installation media. If I zoom in on that. Oh, I can't zoom in because I unplugged my keyboard. That didn't really zoom it in a whole lot, did it? So create Windows 11 media installation, and it downloads a little tool which allows us to create an installed USB, basically. And that's done, so let's go ahead and just run that. And once that comes up, we can show how that works. Right, that did. Oh, come on. Geez, Windows 11 stinks even installing it. What was the name of the media creation tool exe? Is it even running? It is not running. Okay. That's funny. There we go. That's annoying. Well, we might have to wait for that, so we might have to jump back and forth just for time. I love installing DCS 216 gigabytes for it, then kind of work because I don't have a HOTAS. What's DCS? I'm not sure what yeah, I don't know what that is. All right. Applicable licenses, which I've read already. I mean, I probably updated it, but... And, you know, before you call bullshit, I do read terms, but I scan through them. I look for, like... I look for liability clauses, and then also service obligations, or like payment and monetization. So privacy and like data sharing, liability, and like monetization. So as long as it doesn't have anything fishy through those things, like, I'm fine kind of speeding through the rest of it. All right, USB flash drive is what we want. You can do an ISO file and do it from a DVD drive if you've got it, but that's kind of an old way of doing it. A lot of computers don't have DVD drives, and in fact, this computer will not. Although I might give them a DVD drive. I have a couple extras. I don't know why. I don't think she watches DVDs. Anyway, so F, which is Lexar, I don't have any other removable drives installed, so that is the one. Sorry, removable drives plugged in. And then it's got to download and do the whole thing. You can use ISOs on a USB stick. How do you boot from an ISO? I mean, you can do ISOs, but you have to have something to read it, don't you? My current one doesn't. My old PC. Oh, that's different conversation. Rufus it onto the USB. You mentioned Rufus before. I haven't used Rufus, so I'm not really sure what it is. Okay, wow. Talking. Who knew? Run my mouth hoarse. Okay. Let's clean this up, because we've got to get the case out here. So let's do that. I'm gonna clean everything up, get rid of some of the trash. Kinalina, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome on to Twitch. You can do channel points now if you're on Twitch. A lot of these things, there's a lot of features on Twitch that YouTube doesn't have yet, and it's kind of frustrating. What is this? This is a protector for something. I don't think I need it, so I'm going to throw it away. Okay. All right, the case is coming up, and we need to move the motherboard to keep it safe. Excuse me. Oh, I need to put this away. Motherboard pieces. Keep everything together. NVMe screw, which we don't need. I need to put that away. you don't technically need like a table to do this stuff on. I think it's easier and easier to keep track of stuff and nicer, in my opinion. But I honestly, this is the first time I've had a table this big. Okay, so we've got the case, we've got cables and stuff. Yeah, this seems a little heavy, so yeah, it is heavy. Well, that's unfortunate. I didn't want this to be a heavy case. Okay, maybe we hold it between our feet. There we go. Now this is also my first white PC build. I've always gone with black or darker colors for my cases. But this one, Lee & Lee makes pretty nice cases in my opinion. Let's pull this off. And it doesn't come with any fans, case fans, which is unfortunate, but I did think ahead. And I also bought some RGB case fans. Now this person likes orange and purple. And I could not find an orange or purple case, like fan, like, or case, excuse me. So I'm hoping that white with RGB can solve that problem. What is going on here? This is the actual upright position. I was wondering why there was an uneven feet, but they're not feet, they're screws, which you can't see. So let's solo hand cam. There's screws on these corners, but not that corner. It's thick. PSU on the side now? I think so. The PSU slot, which is the power supply, I think goes I actually don't know. I don't remember. I looked at it when I bought it, but I did not remember. It looks like, yeah, it actually goes behind the motherboard. There's a cutout right here. The PSU, the power supply, usually interfaces directly, and you actually have like a port where because the power supply has its own like thermal management. You know, it usually has air intake from right next to the plug. And so a lot of most PC cases will have cutouts like this. So the PSU is going to fit right up on there, and then the power cable will be somewhere around there. Okay, so this is what we're working with. Let's go ahead and open up the cables and stuff, and then we're going to need to get the power supply and the case fans. The case fans can go in last, so maybe not that right now, but the power supply we need to install first. Motherboard doesn't go in first. Sorry, YouTube, I'm back. Just finished changing my AM4 motherboard, and I found this live going on. Nice, Neil 2 Dankar. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly, so let me know. Watching it as I install my updates. Nice. What RAM? This is DDR4 8 GB sticks of DDR4. I had them previously. So this isn't a fully new build. Now I like Lee, and maybe other companies do this too. I just haven't bought that many cases. But Lee provides these cases for like screws and stuff, and they always include more screws than what you need, and so you can use it to organize your case screws and like the PC thread screws in an organized place. So that was cool. When I have a Lee case for my main PC. Now here is a bracket of some sort. I don't know what that's for, and here's another bracket. It looks like an inset for maybe some oversized, like it's a GPU extender. If you take a look right there, these are slots for where your GPU would go. If you look at, I mean, really any PCIe slot, but you can see these notches, and those will go in right there. In fact, I can probably just kind of prove it. There you go. So that's what it's probably for. Now I probably don't need it with this card because this card is tiny. But for some GPUs nowadays, like I was talking about earlier, they're huge, and so it's nice that they provide that. Okay, so let's take a look at the manual, and I'll show you if I can. Yeah, I think this wasn't. I was not expecting to have to do a bunch of stuff with the case. Again, I don't buy cases very often. So this may not get done this stream. We've got some pre-installed risers for the motherboard. If I unscrew this, nope. Oh. So I unscrewed this and now it's loose. It's like held in place so you don't lose the screw, which is nice. Now we can open this, but that's not really wanting to give. So again, don't force anything when you're building your PC because you might break it. Now it probably is fine. I just need to like put it right side up. Sorry, one sec. No, I don't have a chroma key on this camera. The immersion. So right side up is right here. And after I've unscrewed this, I can lean it forward and then lift, and that's how it comes out. So that's kind of cool. You like slot it in and then push it in, and then lock it in with the screw. So that's kind of nice. A lot of cases are different in how they manage that kind of thing. So good to figure that out. Hey, Miss MacGyver, how's it going? Wishing you all happy holidays. You too. Gotta love intuitive design, yeah. Moments from disaster. Wait, what did I do? Where's the PCI cable then? You know, that's probably a good question. because if it was an extender, you would want to see a PCIe extension cable. And I don't see anything in the box of screws, and this is nothing to do with PCIe. So, let's figure out the PSU installation. Side panel, front glass, overview, PSU supporting tray, F, which is back here. Yep, this is definitely the supporting tray for the PSU. Now this is where I kind of fudge up the manual a little bit. Like I don't follow directions that often when I can like see it and intuitively understand it. So I'm gonna start working from both sides. So let's get the PSU out here and see what we're working with at the very least. And you know, if it looks pretty straightforward, I might just start installing it. But I have wasted time that way in the past where it's like, oh, I did something wrong and I have to take everything out. So it is good to consult the manual.
Release the Kraken!
Release the Kraken? Thank you for the Prime sub, Kinalina. I appreciate it. That's no ads for you. That's awesome. Okay, good. All of the power supply cables are white, which I was hoping for. So that is good. Helps with the theme. You know, they say never to cut towards yourself, but you know, I shouldn't say it in such a culpable way. They say never to cut towards yourself, and you shouldn't. But you can avoid cutting towards yourself by using pivot actions rather than pull actions. And so, like, I am technically cutting towards myself, but I'm, you know, I am holding the knife like this rather than like this. And so it allows me, the first thing that's going to hit myself if I like pull it is my thumb. You know, I'm holding my thumb in front. I'm doing it this way so I don't cut any of the cables inside. The thing about using pivot actions or whatever I called it, like, you know, holding things, like, you can forget. And if you forget and you cut yourself or stab yourself, that's not great. So best practice is to not cut towards yourself. How much RAM? 32 in this build, but that's because I had 32 and I don't have another DDR4 rig. So I'm just gonna give this person all of my DDR4 RAM. It's all the same model, so you know, it works. Okay. Let's put this on its side and figure out the PSU installation. This is when I wish I kind of had a head cam. There we go. So the PSU goes in here, and I'm guessing that this whole panel comes up somehow so that we can actually access it. That would be kind of weird, but I don't see how else we're gonna get the PSU in there unless we can open up the back. So let's check the back to see if we can open up. That would be better because then we can access it and service it. In fact, I think there's probably an access panel. I don't know why I thought otherwise. So this is locking this panel, and that panel doesn't seem to be attached here, so I don't know what this is going to do. I don't know what that is. Okay. So this is not related to the side panel. So let's put that back. Okay. Looks like these are hard drive bays. So we might need to deal with that. That's kind of weird that they put thumb screws on hard drive bays. Maybe that's not what I think it is. What's funny is I'm watching on the other screen that you guys can't see, the Windows media installation, and it's not even, it's like 66% done. This is a nice looking case. Luca has stolen my seat. That's why I'm not sitting down right now. Oh, it's literally just pull off. Okay, so it's got dimple locks, or not dimple locks. That's a like bearing locks. It's kind of like a ball bearing kind of clamp mechanism. That's kind of nice. Okay, so now the PSU goes in here. So we'll do that here. And I'm gonna, before I do anything more than put the PSU in, I'm gonna go check the manual to make sure I don't waste any steps. So the power cable is on one side. Whoop. And I don't know if there's any like specific orientation. Oh, you know what? I think there is, because of how the side panel works. So let me see if I can get the other camera on this. Let me actually put some of this stuff away. I don't need that. Because of how the side panel works, there is a vent here. So airflow is going to get drawn in by the fan. So the fan needs to be bottom side facing the side panel, which means the mounting points right here and here need to match up with this fin, I guess. Oh, yep, and the other side. The other side mounting points are matched up there. This is cool. This is cool. This is like a handy design. Hang on, let me straighten the camera. Okay, so now we just need to pull the screws out and start working. This actually might come with, yeah, it comes with the PSU itself, so we don't want the case screws yet. Now, I don't know why, but I don't have a magnetic tip for my screwdriver, so I kind of have to be a little careful. Let's do the bottom first, because then we can pivot. Wait, what the heck? So that's not enough clearance to get that screw in. So there's something else going on. Okay, so I have to remove the panel itself, and then I'll screw the panel in. This is a panel. This screws into this brace is what's going on. So let's pull the panel out. And they're using gravity to hold the other side. So the top one is screwed and the bottom one is just a tab. And just like I was saying earlier, always have a place to put your screws. I like to put a magnet in my screw cup so that it stays together if disaster strikes. Yes, okay. Fan is on the outside. This, yeah, yep, we're good. I just have magnetic trays. Yeah, the magnetic trays are kind of annoying to pick up screws off of. Well, and I have a auto magnetic tray, so the magnet is really strong, and I didn't want to deal with it. So there probably are good magnetic trays. This is just my MacGyver method. I haven't seen a Lian Li build in a few years. Things have definitely gotten neater. Yes, they have. Well, I haven't ever seen Lian Li before I started using them. So I was using Corsair before, which was a step up from, I think I used Thermalright. Oops, don't strip your screws, folks. Press the right button too. Now I'm not using the crosswise method I was talking about earlier because the pressure here doesn't really need to be applied evenly. I mean, you just need to make sure that this thing stays on the PSU. So, you know, if you're wondering when and why you should use a crosswise method, it is when you need even pressure and when it matters. Okay, screws. There we go. My friend bought a desk mat and got sent screwdrivers with his order for free. That's kind of nice. I mean, if you already have screwdrivers, then maybe it's just kind of clutter. Okay. Nice. That's really solid. And the color, I like that white matches white, like it's the same white. A lot of this I just kind of winged it, and I was hoping that there was some standardization, but that's not always been the case with PCs. Sorry for the swallow ASMR. Tea swallowing, never mind. Moose is not here, no one's gonna clip it. Okay, so we're gonna need to set up PSU cabling for the peripherals in the the motherboard and the rest of the PC. But since this access panel is really nice, and Lian Li does good with their management, like cable management and accessibility, I'm gonna not do anything else with the PSU. I just want to make sure it was in. These cables are gonna go on the motherboard, so you want to keep an eye on those. This is USB headers. This is USB, I think 3.2 or 4. And then this one, I believe, is USB 3. Yeah. So I'm gonna have to pull those out at some point, but let's just put this side panel back on and then look at what's next. I really like those ball bearing, like the bearing clasp mechanism. Like, if you don't know what I'm talking about, you just got here. This doesn't have any screws. This panel doesn't have any screws. It's literally just tension from these bearings, and there is like a tension clasp, and that's it. And that's really all you need. I mean, if you drop the case, it might pop open, but it's just going to be cables on this side anyway, so it's not that big of a deal in my opinion. I mean, don't drop your case for sure, but I'm thinking of failure states. Okay. Quick cat break. Luca has been wanting attention, so I'm glad he's able to chill out next to me. Okay, okay, so next could be the motherboard, but let's do the hard drive next. We've got a SATA SSD. It's just 1 terabyte. And we do need the cables for it, but let's, just like the PSU, let's just get it installed and then worry about the cables later. Now we got to figure out that hard drive setup. So let's put this on its backside. And we were seeing earlier that there's a weird screw setup. Like these are adjustable somehow. And there are hard drive bays in the back there. So maybe I actually might look at the, oops. There we go. I might look at the hard drive bays through the side panel again. I put it on prematurely. And if I had to guess, these are locking mechanisms. This is like a keyhole mounting lock, like block. If you've ever, it's like on picture hangers sometimes, like frames. Sometimes you'll have a place for the head of the screw to go through, and then it locks in the skinny side. Looks like a keyhole. So that's what it looks like it's doing right here. So let's just unscrew these. Probably only need to do one side at a time if I'm not using both bays, but I want to figure this out first. Okay, yeah, that's exactly what it is. Keyhole, locking mechanism, and then a hard drive bay. And we've got mounting points for the 3.5-inch SSDs right here. Very nice. Now, how do I... How do I get this out? It's like collapsing on me. Oh, here we go. There's a channel runner. So just follow the lock and undo it. I like this a lot. This is like thoughtful design, something that PC building was missing for 20 years. I mean, maybe it wasn't. Maybe I just wasn't buying anything, and so I just didn't see the improvement. And it looks like the Kingston drive came with screws? No. No, that's if I want to open up the drive itself, which I don't. So we need to find screws for the Lian Li mounting cage, hard drive, whatever we call that. So that kind of screw right there should work. So let's grab that out. You almost yelled at your screen? Wait, why? You can move the I/O to the top depending on where there's gonna have... the PC to the SSD screws. Oh yeah, if I had opened up that hard drive, I would have not felt I would have felt more dented than I feel now. I knew it was probably in the PC case screws. I just, you know, I'm open to new things, and I've never seen exposed screws like that. Like I always had to like, in order to actually open up the SSD, which I haven't done very much, but I had to like peel off adhesive from the screw to like reveal it because it was hidden. So let's actually do some organization here, because there's a bunch of different kinds of screws. And I want to sort them so I don't have to go looking, and then I can have them in the future. And the question is, do I keep this or do I give it to the person I'm giving it to, because they don't really do PC stuff? Zip ties for cable management is a crude but effective cable management technique. So kind of disappointing that they gave me zip ties, but I won't refuse it. Okay. Give it to them, they'll need it at some point. Well, if they need it, I'll be doing it. That's my point. So it's like, do I keep it so that I have it next time and I don't have to go looking for it, or they, you know, don't give them a chance to lose it? I'll probably actually just ask them. So let's do some quick visual visual organization. I'm just doing it by thread size. Shoot. This is the kind of tedium that I despise, but I begrudgingly admit is valuable. So we got spacers, we got spaced screws, we have small thread screws, and then large thread screws. See, I'm like almost done anyway. This is the same thread count. Did I just accidentally sort something? I think I did. I just accidentally sorted it correctly. I dropped a screw. There we go. All done. Well, with that part, we have more. Looking at those screws like they were the mounting ones, yeah. The case I have is a couple drive positions with basically clips instead of screws, so I just have to push the drive onto them. It's nice. That's what I have too. Yeah, and I like that a lot. I don't like having to screw hard drives in. The thing is, SSDs are not, they're kinetic. Like they have no moving parts, so you do not need like solid mounting. You just need contact mounting to make sure it doesn't go anywhere, you know, with vibrations from other things like fans and stuff. So you put a rubber mounting like divot, and then apply like a little bit of tension from like the mounting cage, and then you're good. So I don't know why they didn't do that here. I just put that one in there, and I don't know if that's the same screw. I'll compare a few. Nope, it's not. Okay, so which is which? I think these are small threads. Okay, so I'm gonna hold off on those then. I'm gonna put, this one has a larger thread, so let's put that in a different one. Oh, I think I see the one I dropped. Awesome. Yeah. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, that's the same thread. Okay. I don't know why they put more of the same thread in. If it's not, I'm gonna be really unhappy. But I don't know why they put more of the same thread in a different bag. In fact, the fact that it's in a different bag tells me that it probably is a different thread, and I'm just screwing myself over right now. But you know, lessons learned. I think I'm accidentally putting two different screws, the large thread screws in there. And they might be two different kinds, so might have to do a little bit more sorting. Yeah, like these look like different screws. This one has like a little cuff at the top by the head, and this one, well, maybe it does. Maybe they both have cuffs. Okay. Well, that's all I'm sorting for now. Now I need the mounting screws for the SSD, which is pretty small, so I'm pretty sure it's this kind. That kind. So let's just double check it really quick. In fact, I'm gonna have this is the screwdriver I have right now. This is not the best one because it's not magnetic tipped. Yep, that's correct threading. Now I don't like that they mix the hard drive bay, like the hard drive like they have a fitting for both SSD and the full hard drive. Well, this is 2.5 millimeter. Oh no. What's going on here? I think I've already screwed up. Okay. Well, time to get a different screwdriver because this is why they tell you not to build furniture with a screw gun, a drill, because you will have too much power, too much torque on a screw that is more sensitive. I'm just going to figure this out off screen really quick because I don't understand what's happening. That's literally the same screw hole that I used to test it out. and the other side is fine. So maybe that screw hole got misaligned or something. I'm just gonna sit down over here because Luca is in my seat right now and I need to sit down. Now, if I were cutting corners, maybe I should. I would only put 2 screws in because, like I said, SSDs don't have moving parts. Can I steal your RAMs? Ashib, I wish. That's, yeah. .5 inch, yeah. I said the wrong thing. It's not the wrong screws. I put the SSD screws in the top left. Nope, those are, there's only 4 of them. And that threading is different. Yeah, the threading is right. It's working on all the other screws. It's just that one screw hole for some reason was a resistor. Whoa. Glad I closed that. It's rubbing alcohol. Okay, yeah, I got the same screw with the same threading, and it worked. Trying it again. I need to catch up on chat. I've been standing out here. Strip screws are a recurring nightmare. I don't strip screws very often. I used to do it a long time ago. Oh, fixing cars with strip screws, that's a nightmare. Yeah, it was weird. That would have been my assumption, but like if I hadn't just tested it, the screw length theory is a good one. But it proved not to be true because I got these screwed in all the way. Okay, well, these hard drive bays cages get a 6 out of 10, maybe a 5 out of 10. It is not convenient nor cool. And this time, you definitely don't want to be screwing in your screws all the way before you're done with putting other screws in, because it can make your drive get tightened out of alignment with the other screw holes. Yeah, as soon as it got into alignment, it went right in. Okay, so that's it. We'll just do the locking mechanism. And now it is locked at the same thickness, well, relative thickness as the SSD itself, which is cool. That's very cool. That's why it gets a 5 out of 10 instead of a 1 out of 10. Although that would be melodramatic to say it was a 1. All right, the Windows install is done. Not the install, the creation media is done. I just realized that if I'm going to be servicing them for them in the future, the person, I should have put it in the back, because then I can access an empty one first. You know what? While I'm here, I'm just going to do that, because that's like an annoying thing, because I'd have to unplug the cables and I'd have to move the cables back. So let's just So I like the locking mechanism. I do not like the hard drive mounting method. The mounting to the cage itself. So maybe I give it a 6. This I give it like a 10. I think 8 to 9. Like that's cool. It's novel at the very least. Gets tons of points for originality. Wait, am I doing 20? Wait, am I doing 720? That's disappointing. I did set this OB. Ah, frick. I hope it's recording in 1080p at least. Well, I may not do the video then. 720's not a lot, depending on how much data loss there is. That sucks. Oh well. Hard drive, done. Power supply, kind of done. Power supply cables ready for use. I think it is time for the motherboard. Let's go ahead and clear the space. We'll leave the back off of it for now. I'm sure we're going to need it a ton. So these risers are for the motherboard, and the screws that we're going to use to fasten the motherboard are behind here, or they go into those risers. Thing is, the risers may not be set for an AMD motherboard, so let's just test it. Let me see if I can. Okay, cool. The stand is just tall enough to get over the side of the case. Now, this direction is up. This is the bottom. Bottom of the case is down there with the lint screens, or whatever you want to call those. They are dust screens, I guess. So, if you remember, the CPU cooler is on the upper side of the motherboard as well. The CPU cooler block. So I believe this is the orientation of the motherboard. We'll have to check it out. I am not seeing risers fit. You can see this window right here where my hands are. This is where the motherboard connectors go, like the plug-in ports. And that's what this this install shield. Man, I'm running out of words. You can take the front glass off. You probably can. So let's just install the back panel shield. What's nice is Lian Li actually provided a tension mount for the backplate shield, like the IO shield, because a lot of, if I can get closer to this, a lot of manufacturers for cases, at least in the past, they don't actually provide for that shield. Like the shield itself has little dimples. If you can see that. Right, nope, you can't see it. these little dimples right here do provide friction on whatever you're mounting it to, but oftentimes the case is just like you just have to press it back on the port, like the window, and hope that it doesn't get out of alignment as you're seating the motherboard. So it's really nice that Lian Li provided like tension, a tension mount point for the shield. Okay, so just testing it out. We're not going to fully install it. It looks like the risers do match up in 1, 2, 3 cases, 4, 5. Whoa! What's that? Kahif? Let me know if I pronounced that incorrectly. Thank you for the raid. How's it going? Are there any mods in chat? We've been on a long stream today. Oh, thank you. That's right, Chris. Thank you. That's right, that's right. Kahif. Okay. Happy first time chat. Welcome in. You were playing Just Chatting. Oh, nice. What were you guys doing? Nice build. Thank you. It is a gift build. We're building it for a family member. I'm just going through all of the motions, hoping to edit together and make a nice little instructional build, or at least like give somebody more information about how to do PC building, because a lot of people are getting into it, and it's nice to have more exposure. Okay, so the risers are all good except for this one. There's a missing riser right there, and it's probably not needed, but let's just go ahead and install that one riser. And that's what they provided. Provided some extra risers. You didn't see it. I pointed to it. There's one motherboard screw hole right there. In fact, we just set it in there one more time. Okay, it is the middle screw port. So right here. And that doesn't feel threaded correctly.
Thank you!
Star Halo, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. My language spreads. What is your language? I had a needle nose plier set around here somewhere. Found it. So needle nose wires or pliers are handy sometimes. Okay, that didn't help. Okay, there's a couple things you can do. One of the things that you can do is grab a screw that's the same thread as the riser and just pre-screw it in. That looks like that feels like it's the wrong thread. That makes me question if I have the right riser. Are there different threads? Is this an AIO or are you bending the tubes yourself? This is an AIO, yeah. Okay, so this is a typical motherboard screw. And that thread count is a motherboard thread count, but this riser is a different thread count. So I don't know what that's about. So I'm going to actually cancel on the extra riser and just take what's there. So there's one motherboard screw that won't be used. One motherboard mount point that won't be used, but that's okay. As long as your motherboard doesn't go anywhere and there is a place for grounding, electrical grounding, because that's I don't know if you can tell, It's can I? Yep, here it is. So right here, you can see there are some beads of metal, and that's solder. Well, I believe it's solder. Could be a different type of metal. But that is for grounding, so that your motherboard has a mount point to your case, which is like ground in this specific case. Like, you know, if ground is the element in your system that has less electrical potential than the rest of it, then that is ground technically, and that's what the case is. Where are the motherboard screws? I think these are it. No, this looks like... Oh, I'm zoomed in. These, I think, are the AIO radiator screws. You know, maybe it's using the same thread count as the SSD screws. Let's just test this out. So one of the things I do when I'm screwing something in, when I'm putting in a screw, is I reverse it until the threads, I can hear the thread like skipping, and then I know it's going to get threaded correctly. And as I put it in, it's correct thread. And that is surprising. I don't think I've used motherboard screws with this fine of a threading. Yeah, that's it. So Lee and Lee cases are using a finer thread, a higher thread count. So much awesome on stream, not sure how much I can handle. Oh, thank you. Wait, what's the new vocab? Oh, Heath, thank you for the raid again. I always forget to say this, like, take care of yourself. And I appreciate it. I'll take good care of your chatters. Welcome in, everybody. Cursed Frog, welcome in. Star Halo, welcome in. And thank you for the follow. Oh, I missed a lot of chat. My bad. Let me go back. Is this my first build? Definitely not. Yeah, I have been building a long time. My first build was in 2001, and I installed Linux on it, believe it or not. And that's what made me learn I didn't like Linux. And I didn't touch it for like 10 years. Okay, I think I caught up back there. Until I realized the first CPU I bought, wait. I built my own PC about 3 years ago, super fun, until I realized the first CPU I bought didn't fit my motherboard. Oh, that's a huge rip. That sucks. Kraken, what is that white thing going from the grommets to the CPU backplate cutout? I'm guessing you were referring to something under the motherboard now, because I'm screwing it in now. It's a lot better nowadays, evidenced by the fact that I daily drive it. Oh, Linux? Yes. Another thing, if you're going to use electric screwdrivers like this, don't put a ton of force on it. Do the last couple turns manually so that you don't over torque the screw and strip it. So like it sounds like I might be stripping the head of the screw, but I'm just letting it glide over the head without it's because I'm not putting enough force to like actually strip it. All right. 2 more screws, and then we are... Nope, 3 more screws. Ah. This is where having a magnetic tip comes in handy, because you drop this screw. I mean, this case is kind of nice because it'll just go straight through, but sometimes it'll get stuck in the bones and it'll get caught somewhere inside the case, and you have to like pick up your case and shake it out or run a magnet around trying to find it. It can be annoying. So thankfully I got lucky I didn't drop any screws, but would have been nice if I had a magnetic tip to prevent that. Which I don't. I probably do. Oh, I have 1 more screw. Luca, what you doing, bud? Well, let's just run over all the screws. Torque it the last mile. By mile, I mean millimeter. And you do not need to over torque, like do not over tighten. You just need it to be like a tight fit and make sure the motherboard's not going anywhere. You know, it might become loose through vibration, depending on, you know, if you've got acoustic balance in your fans and like, you know, sometimes vibrate, you know, fans spin up and down, it might cause screws to come loose. So, you know, I would screw it lightly with light pressure. And then once it stops, you know, being able to screw with light pressure, do 1/4 turn. And that should be enough. Okay. Okay, so there is some cable management to be done. As you can see, there's all these cables from the CPU cooling block, or the CPU cooler. And this one's just like, it connects right next to it, but it's like got tons of extra space. So I think I will run it behind and then have it come back out to plug it back in. I'll do the same thing on this side. But I'll do that later. Okay, so the motherboard is in. That's great. Before we install the graphics card, you might be excited too, because the graphics card is one of the most expensive. You need to power everything and plug the case plugs like wires in. So you also might be tempted to install the radiator because it's just hanging out here and kind of annoying. But it is really good to do all the wiring you can before you put big stuff that you have to like, you have to work around. So let's go ahead and bring it back on its side. Hold that radiator so it doesn't flap around and bend any of the fins on the radiator itself. And now let's take a look at the case connections. So I'm going to take this panel off right here because it's got the plugs, the wires for the case. Careful Luca doesn't eat anything. He's working on a zip tie right now, which is totally fine. He's not going to get in it. Cat is definitely part of the build, but not the end result. I mean, he thinks he's the end result. Your cat is named Luca. That's my sibling's name, and they love black cats. I gotta tell him. Yeah, his name's Luca, spelled the same way, actually. We got it, my partner and I got it from Final Fantasy X. But we've met a few people that actually do know, like, people named that with the same name. Can I put uranium instead of thermal paste for my CPU? Thermal paste is expensive. I mean, if uranium's less expensive than thermal paste, I gotta know where you live, Blazik. I mean, don't tell me because I don't know that I want to know. But wow. And honestly, I don't know what the thermal transfer properties of uranium are. I would assume that you cannot. I would assume that thermal paste is better. But that is not an educated assumption. All right, so they've already done some cable management here with the case plugs. And in fact, if we go on the other side, you can see that a lot of those connections down there are what we need for the case fan. So they've already routed, not the case fan, the case connections. They've already routed these like pretty well already. So all we got to do is feed them up and plug them in. So if I can find a good angle, I don't have to keep moving the camera. So let's just open that up real quick. Luca really wants attention because he's pushing that zip tie into my foot so that he can like try and get it out from my foot. So he's making a problem and then trying to solve it in a way that gets my attention. Okay, so this has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's a 10 pin. So we need to define the 10 pin header for USB. On the other side, I actually don't see it. So you guys can see, like, that's two different ports right there. We've got some fan headers over here, and then that one. So, like, I don't actually see where the USB 3 connection goes. Oh, here it is. It's up on the side. You can see it right there behind those cables. So that one goes in. We need to put that one through the back and then through these cable flaps there. Getting you to feel good about participating without needing direct engagement. Smart cat. Yeah. Yeah. He's a master of getting my attention though. Okay, so this one, I'm actually not sure how this is supposed to be done. So you guys can't see it, but like it's taut. That's as far as I can get it through. So I'm missing something here. I'm gonna take out these hard drive bays, the ones I put in earlier and thought I was done with. So I took out the hard drive bays and also took off the side panel. So now I have more room to mess. Oh, and I see. You can see it right here. It loops back. So I can pull it out as much as I need. I just don't want to ruin the rest of the routing for the cabling. So like, can I get... And here's where I kind of stink at cable management, because I'm like, oh, what should I do here? Well, I'm just going to pull it out and connect it and then like let it sit. And that's just going to have to be what I do. So if you don't like people not cable managing, just a content warning. Okay, the connection is right here. It's right here on the other side. So we can run it like that, and then that's what we have to work with. So we can, let's put that together for now. Might need to run more cable through it. Okay. Okay. So that's one cable. And I'll just plug it in on the other side. Forgive me, I'm leaving the camera over there. Okay. So I've actually got more straps there. All right, next one is a USB 2 header, I believe. And if we come on the other side, it's on the bottom here. And the reason I know that is I'm matching up the pins counts. So if you come over here, you can see this pin count. It's like 5 with 1 missing on one side. Is that 5 or 6? That's 5. And then if you come over here, this covered one is the same. 5 with 1 pin missing on one side. Is that true? It might be that one instead. No, that one's... No, that is 5. Though, okay, those are all the same port. Yeah, those are all the same port. So let's get this cable routed over there. And with that one, we just run it literally underneath right there. We just curl it up. We need the empty slot. Wait, I might be wrong. Where is that? Nope, that doesn't go in one side. Doesn't go in the other. Okay, well, let's look at the manuals then. I wish I could come in and do the cable management for you. Do it for free if I could. Yeah. Yep. Yep. I just don't have the brain juice for it. Yeah, I just don't. It wouldn't be worth it for me. I just don't want the cables to be all crazy out front because this is for somebody else. But the back end cable management, I don't actually care. I would find cable management a lot less frustrating if I had the tools to make custom length cables for everything. Yes. Yes, cable mod is the solution to that, but they're expensive and they're... Oh, you've already used them? They're just a tad too short for where I want to route them, just slightly long enough that it's a pain in the butt to deal with the excess. I did that on a large scale for almost 5 years, more network rooms than individual PCs, but the application is the same. Nice. Yeah, I don't think as a network engineer or data center technician, I would have a good time. I don't think I'd thrive. I did as well, which is where my frustration comes from. Yeah, exactly. That's where yep. Cable mod is so expensive. They really are. Oh, it's audio. It is not USB 2. It's an audio header. Okay, audio cable. So I need to find the audio header. So that is right here. It's gonna be right here. Oh, sorry. I lost you. You can see it. It actually doesn't have a shielding. Like, it doesn't have a plastic wall. It's right there. You really can't see at this angle, but there's 2 rows, 5 pins, and then 1 on one side missing. So that is exactly what I was looking for. I need to take it out of one of the straps, and then I can put it back through one of the straps. And slip it under. All right, I'm struggling with cable tension. Okay, and you guys won't be able to see this, so I'm just gonna plug it in. Oh, I got it in, but then it popped off. Okay, give it a nice little push. There we go. You can kind of see. There it is. Oh, it is. Okay. So you can see there's some excess cable underneath that I need to keep from showing. So that's good, actually. That'll do it. Next is USB. Wait, I just did USB 3. I need USB or USB 3.2, which the manual says is probably Thunderbolt. Nope, I was right. 3.2 Gen 1. Which is right here. And I actually don't see the connection for that either. It's probably not on the same side as the bottom. This is the connection type. Oh, this motherboard may not have it. Let's look it up. Actually, I've got it on my desktop. So Windows installation media is done. That's good. Setup is cleaning up. Oh, that was fast. Okay. We got... Okay, let's plug the keyboard back in so I don't have to navigate like a plebe. I don't think you're a plebe if you use your mouse. I'm joking. We want motherboard layout. And I love it when they actually include links in the PDF, because not everybody does. Asus doesn't, and I think they're dumb for that. There isn't one on the board? Damn. So that's a potential upgrade for them in the future. Found it nicer to just pre-run cables to a most common access point so that technicians didn't have to worry about that stuff. IMO cable management is an installer's job. Okay. You can adapt USB 2 to it. Well, that's just another USB 2 connection. Is there an adapter? I wonder if Lee and Lee has an adapter. I don't think so. I didn't see any adapters in Lee and Lee case. I also don't have any adapters for the motherboard. So that, unfortunately, is going to have to be an unconnected cable. So the USB-C port will not do anything. So that's sad. Maybe I'll maybe I'll order something before Christmas. Yeah, the only downside to getting a card for USB 3.2, like it's a PCIe card is what you're talking about. The only downside to that is this is a PC build for a non-technical person. And so if there's any issue with the card and the port just doesn't work, you know, normally you'd open up like Device Manager or event logs or something to try and figure out like what's going wrong with it, and maybe it's seated incorrectly or maybe you got shorted out for some reason or whatever. I like to not put more integrations into a system than I have to, so that less can go wrong. And I would much rather them, I mean, this may actually depend on the person. Some people will just be like, oh, that port doesn't work, and then they just never use it ever again. Some people are like, that port doesn't work and it makes me burn with a passion of 1,000 suns or whatever. And if that's the case, then I wouldn't want to do it. But for now, there's nothing to do about it. Okay, so if that's it, then let's check the Lian Li guide or manual really quick to make sure there's no other connections. Power switch. Power switch is the last thing to do. And power switch is going to be right here. I'll feed it through. And this one is the one that we expected. It's 5 sides. Oh wait, this is USB. No. Okay, so there's several places that this could connect to. So we're gonna have to look it up in the motherboard. Okay, so they're numbering this. Oh, actually, no. They do label it. It's HD audio. Would have been nice to have this up earlier. So this is why you should use the manual. So it labels everything, makes it easier. So panel 1, right here. This is what we want. It's the one all the way on the left or the right side. So if we look here, we want all the way over there. So let's make that happen. Now, I'm thinking I might pull it through the side here instead of bringing it all the way like straight under, because there's this flap here. This is where power cables are going to come out, and I don't want to have to contend with this tiny cable getting crossed with the big power cables. That does not feel right. But it was. It feels like it's not fully seated. See that wiggling? Did I bend those? I didn't. No. Okay. Well, it's just like very light. Oh, you know what? Let's, just like I was saying, I want the wire to be off to the side so we don't mix it in with the large power cables. There's a mounting bracket here. So let's put this so that the small wire literally cannot get mixed in. There we go. So now it's forced to be on the side. And it's already looped in with the other straps, and so we're good there. Okay. Definitely starting to look more like a PC. Yes, it is. It's coming together. Okay. I think that was it for the case. The case is all connected now. The only thing missing are case fans. So we'll have to figure that out after everything else is in. But I think we can move on to power cables. Wow, you can adjust a lot of things with this case. That's kind of cool. Okay, so power cables. Pick, oh. Had to pick them up from the side. We got a ton of power cables. Oh, actually, oh, sorry. I'm gonna install the hard drive back in again. At least it is, oh, I was gonna say at least it's easy to install, but the straps need to be tied down. It's just, we can't necessarily do that right now because we're gonna need the straps for power cables. So never mind. So I'll leave the hard drives out for now. Okay, so the first thing we should take care of with power cables are the motherboard power. Motherboard power is gonna include CPU and motherboard. So if you take a look on the left there, that really long, it's a 24 pin array. That's one single cable. And if you take a look on the top left, over by the CPU cooling block, there are two plugins, one for 2x2 and one 2x4. So an 8-pin and a 4-pin power connector for the motherboard or for the CPU itself. And that's everything that you need for the motherboard. Sometimes there's only a 4-pin and sometimes there's only an 8-pin. I actually just installed a motherboard for myself, for my stream PC, that has two 8-pin, and I did not have two 8-pin. I just had one 8-pin, which you can get away with. You actually don't necessarily need both power connectors. You just need enough for what it's using. It's the reason there are two power supply connections is so that if the more peripherals you connect that take it draw power from the motherboard itself and don't have secondary power connections, like a graphics card has its own power connection. But if you install a PCIe slot, you know, install something like a Thunderbolt, Thunderbolt card, chances are it won't have its own power connector. So it would take it from the motherboard power. So the more peripherals you have installed on your motherboard that require power, the more likely it is that you're going to be unstable if you don't have both power connectors. Now, we can confirm that by looking at the manual. But I think we have enough, so I'm not even going to worry about that. We have a CPU cable. We got a CPU cable. And that is 8-pin. We have I actually don't see a 4-pin. So maybe that's what this is? It is. So this cable has an 8-pin, and we can see that. It's got an 8-pin, and then on the other side, it has a 4x4 or a 4-pin split. So you can take this and use them in two different 4-pin. I'm sorry, you can't really see that. a 4-pin split, so you can use them in 2 different 4-pin applications, and then another 4-pin split. But you can combine those. You just press them together, and it makes an 8-pin. Now there is, I don't know if, yeah, there you go. You can see how some of them are squares and some of them have rounded edges. So like some of them are corners on every side, and some of them only have corners on 2 sides. Like this side, you can see right there. There you go. So that does matter. And your motherboard will have rounded holes and square holes. This is again why you do not force anything in your PC, because it tells you whether or not it's correct. And it's like Lego in that way. But you can smash Lego together without breaking them. You cannot smash a motherboard like this together without breaking it. So what we can do is plug that in, and sometimes you have to pinch it like that together for it to actually form a full 8-pin. It's not showing it, but that's okay. And it is kind of finicky to like actually match it up, but you might have to spend some time. Like I couldn't show that because there's not enough room to get the camera in there. But when you do, the clips right there. Can I show that better? The clips will actually snap in. They may not make a sound, but it will. You can actually like do a test pull, like just kind of tug it back, and if it doesn't come out, then it's secured. So that is done, and I plugged it in first. Now I'm going to run the cable back through, and then we can connect it to the PSU that way. Just twist this in here so that it's, I mean, that's not very pretty, but that's what it's gonna have to be right now. You'd be surprised what goes in easily in the wrong part. Oh no. Even without force, it's very easy to put the 4-pin in the middle of the 8-pin socket. It depends, yeah, if the orientation is correct for those different pin shapes. Okay, now let's get the 24-pin, which is this big honker. This guy. Now I'm not super into cable management, so I might not be doing it the easiest way. But what I'm doing is I'm plugging it into the motherboard first and then running the cable back through the routing that's provided. So this side, the clip needs to go on the side with, you can't see it. There you go. The clip needs to go on the outside here because there is this lip here. You can't really tell, but this is like, that's a catch for the clip. So that means the clip is on that side, and we'll just line it up and push it in. This one does take a little bit of force, but you don't force it. So just like ease it in on one side, you push it down on that side, then you push it in on that side, and you push it on that side until you feel that clip. And then you give it a little tug out, make sure that that is. Now, if the clip is caught, still push it back in, right? You don't want loose pins at all. Okay. And then these go back to the motherboard, so we'll run them back. There you go. Some people like that look where it's like just neatly curved back there, but I have no idea. So that cable's out. And that's it for motherboard. Now let's figure out these loose CPU wires. I think the easiest thing would be to just run them back and then run them back in. Like try and like loop them around a Velcro piece. So let's just do it one at a time. And I think as long as the wires are pretty much straight, I mean, it should look well, like good enough. And then I'll loop it back through and plug it back in. Then I can take care of the excess in the back. There you go. You can see that. And then we'll do the same over here. Although we may not be able to do all of it because this is connected to the radiator and the radiator is not installed. So actually let's leave this one. Let's leave this extra, well, you can't see it. This extra wire that's plugged in up here, it runs all the way to the radiator. So that's off screen. You can kind of hear that knocking the radiator up a little bit. So I don't know why I decided to use that term. We're gonna save this routing until after the radiator goes in. The stream has told me not to get this AIO ever. It is a $30 AIO. I got it on sale. Well, I got it $25. It's $40 right now, and it retails for $50 or $60, I think. So it is a cheap budget AIO. It definitely is not like the most easy to handle. It doesn't have, like, the cables are too long. And they're like daisy chained together in weird ways. So you will get a better AIO. You'll get a better experience with more expensive AIOs. Okay. Next we have the SATA cables. This is a Molex connector. It's very old. It looks like this PSU is using Molex connectors for the SATA connection. Oh, no, that's not true. It's using a 6-pin right here. And then the Molex connector is just the end of the SATA run. So if I could just freaking untie it. I don't know why I'm trying to describe it to you when I have a camera. Yeah, so 6-pin, and then it runs, and then there's a SATA connector, and then a SATA connector, last SATA connector, and then it ends with Molex. So if you have like a case fan or something that takes Molex, it'll use it. I actually haven't really seen this in a long time. Most have a Molex cable that they include if you need it, but they don't include it with the SATA. That's weird. So that needs to go in the back. The other cables we have is another SATA connector, and then we have a graphics card connector. So that is 8-pin to 8+8 if needed. and that's for PCIe powered devices, which includes our graphics card. Oh, there is a 450 watt for an expensive GPU, but that's not what we have, so we don't have to worry about this one. This goes back to the box. Okay, so now that our power cables are in, I think it is actually time to put the radiator in, because then, you know, there isn't anything else to contend with. So, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what's better here. Jambolinium? Sorry about me missing your chat. I was talking to my mate today who likes building PCs, got his own YouTube channel. He said it's almost impossible to say stuff twice in a row, and I was shocked. To say stuff twice in a row? Like if he's trying to say it for the YouTube video? Literally confused me. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what that means. I'm guessing. Okay, so CPU block has an RGB cable. Let's just run that back with the power. And then let's see, how do we like this? Do we like the hoses on the right side? So I can get you a little bit farther back. There we go. Do we want the hoses on the right side? Like that. And that doesn't look very good from your angle. There you go. It's okay. Or do we want the hoses to come up like that? Like that doesn't look good at all. That's like all twisted up. I think we're just gonna have to go with the hoses on the right side. It's actually hiding the power cables back there, so that's kind of nice. Okay, let's do the hoses on the right side, and I'm gonna take this fan header and put it back through just like we did. But I gotta bring it back through and connect it now. Okay, so now I can pull it back as I install it, which is kind of frustrating. So yeah, this AIO may not be the best choice, but this is kind of what you get what you pay for kind of situation. You get what you pay for because more expensive stuff is easier to use. So you kind of have to struggle when you've got cheap components. So, all right, you couldn't really see on the back, but I was pulling the cables through so that they aren't slack on this side and like getting in the way of the AIO. All right, so same kind of thing. What is going on? That was weird. Okay, so this is great. The radiator comes right up and is seated flush, and it's like perfect. I mean, you look at that, the you can see the screw holes are perfect. So we just need to screw it in. That's it. Then the radiator's installed, which is honestly pretty nice. Pretty low maintenance. Don't open things with your mouth. That's how you chip your teeth. Your teeth are really strong until they aren't. Don't do what I did. All right, now this doesn't really need even pressure, but because I want to stop holding it, I'm going to do the opposite side, which you guys can't see. There we go. And then we just screw in the rest. And that is using that same trick where you start threading it. You reverse it, so lefty loosey, righty tighty, but I go lefty first till I hear that click. I don't know if you heard that. Let's see if I can catch it in the next one. But that just seats the thread perfectly. So let's try it. So you hear that click, and then you can go righty tighty. It's very, very nice. There we go. You guys can see that. You can't. There you go. If you're not sure, you just keep spinning left. Then you hear that click and then you go. Puts the threads in the holes and then tightens all up, so satisfying. Yeah. Yeah. We'll just finish up the rest here. See, the thing is, for a person who is new to PC building, music! Music. Is it okay? Can you guys hear it? I just realized I can't really hear it. It's very quiet. Wow, has the whole time the music hasn't been playing? Wow, that sucks. Sorry about that, guys. That I've been playing music the whole time, actual time, and I've been listening to it. All right. That is it. In the olden days, AIOs didn't have these fans installed, and they actually made you use double long screws that would go into the case. So you would have to like hold the fans on the radiator, go through the radiator onto the... Music! I've been doing this for so long that one of my mics ran out of battery. I will not be running out the second mic. So, what I was saying, thank you, Boss Yapper. You bring in and you match the notches to where the brackets were. You know, the brackets have the same notch. I mean, they're kind of the same notch. And you can see how they're mounted in here. You have like the turned corner right here, and then you have the bracket is like fastened to the back or like pushed back. You got the screws here that are forcing the bracket back. So you're going to do the same thing with the graphics card. Match up the notches, and you can see, shoot, sorry. You can see as we approach, the screw holes will match up. So like this one is just a notch, but this one actually has a screw hole, and you can match those up. The only thing is, as you're approaching the board, you see how the actual connector is like nowhere near. So you gotta hold it evenly, because you don't want to scratch those connectors. These connectors are gold contacts, and they're very soft. So again, don't force. Make sure that you're all lined up. I would actually get it to the right angle, and then just softly push the connector into the slot. Just like that. Music! Music? Well, what's music now? You should be able to hear me, right? Look close. Why is that? Oh, yeah, you know what? You're right. I don't know why it's like this. I don't know that I would have caught this until later. So thank you, Boss Yapper. You can see the contacts on the connector are all lined up with the slot. So this is where it should be, but if you look here, there is no screw. Like that screw is gonna go to the screw hole. Back here, like if it's actually lined up, there should be air intake there, but it's all covered up. So I cannot use this. Oh, shoot. One sec. So I actually cannot use this PCIe slot. This is a 16X X16 PCIe slot. And that's what we need. That's like how long the ribbon is, or the connector is. So we need to bring some of these other brackets off and use the lower one. So I think it's going to be the bottom too, but maybe not. The case is stupid. That's probably why they included that other bracket. This one. This bracket would be different. Now, I don't know why that's really different. That doesn't seem any different. So let's just use the other PCIe slot, X16 slot, and call it a day. What you doing, Tulin? Oh. He's also obsessed with the zip ties, which I'm fine with. Out of anything to mess with on this table, the zip ties are just fine. It's the 90-degree vert adapter. You're probably right. That's what I was thinking earlier. Yep. Yep. Yeah, exactly. That is exactly right. So you can see the profile kind of fits the hole, except for this little thing right here. But you can see you can take this plate off using these screws, and then it rotates it 90 degrees. So you can put a card, a graphics card, pointing upwards, but then you would need a vertical PCIe slot adapter, which I don't have. Well, I think I actually do have it, but I don't want to use it. So let's just get the other PCIe slot used. And I was right, it is the bottom two. Just line up that connector. I don't think I can do this with vertical video. I don't think I can catch all of it. What is going on? This might be easier. This might be easier with the case on its back, but that worked. All right, and you can see the screw holes match up. So they're gonna go here and there. All right, put those screws in. And we'll put the other slot spacers in, whatever you want to call those. Whatever these are called. We'll replace them where we took them out. And then that's it. Graphics card just needs power and we're done. So usually when there's a split cable, the split cable side goes to the actual device. The non-split goes to the actual power supply. Usually there's not really a label. And this says C, and this says PCIe. So you want the thing that's actually at the end of it to be labeled. But I don't know if that's actually true. That's just the logic that I have found. Maybe I'm wrong. This is feeling like a PC. It is heavy. It's probably only 20 pounds, but I can't lift it with a finger, so. How do I want to do this? Probably... I'm thinking over here, and then I don't know, actually. I mean, I might have to zip tie this closed. Maybe I can use a tie wire so that it doesn't fly around. Only 20 pounds. That was just a wild guess. Gen 3x4 should be okay. Yes, it is a Gen, I believe it's a Gen 3 card. I don't think RTX 3050s were a Gen 4 card. It might have been Gen 4. But it doesn't, you know, the bandwidth isn't needed for the lower cards, I would argue. You know, unless you're doing full pure compute, you probably aren't going to reach that bandwidth. You aren't going to reach the bandwidth that makes it matter. I put the cable in wrong. It's Gen 4? Oh, okay. There we go. Now it can bend over and fold back. There we go. And I heard that, I felt and heard a click. So I'm just gonna push it back and then push it back in. Like tug it back to make sure it's actually caught on the clip and then push it back in, we're good. So that's pretty clean. I don't think I've ever installed a graphics card cable that clean. Can't really see the rest of that cable, but very clean. Okay, I think that's it on the front. Oh, SATA cable. We'll do a SATA cable here in a sec. But beyond that, I think we're done. I just wish these AIO cables weren't so tall. Or long. I don't want to say tall. Don't know why I said tall. Messes were so long ago. Yeah, I'm doing pretty bad. If you mounted the rad in the front, what do you mean by rad? Fractal design pop error comes in. Oh, rad AIO. Oh, like mount it on this side? Like mount it here? Can I? Well, this is kind of an aesthetic build, as much as I don't care about aesthetics personally. That's why I have a black case and very little RGB. I am caring about RGB more than in the past. Like it is kind of nice. And now that I'll show it eventually at some point on stream, but the place I have it is on a nice shelf along my wall. Oh no. Oh, never mind. I found it. I dropped the screw, but it was like easy to access. I have it on a nice shelf, so it shows off the build to the rest of the room. And so it is kind of nice to have RGB. You know, I normally wouldn't indulge you about the alternate install location, but I don't think I've ever installed an AIO like that. And since this case allows you to, why not? This is an aesthetic build for someone else. The only downside is the power routing is now wrong. RGB. Power. Oops. How do you route? The cables. Oh, right there. Like literally right there. So this is a GPU support, but I don't have a giant GPU, so I don't need it. So like this, so that the pump hoses being so out in the, oh, right here, never mind, that's like 100%. This is way better. Now, I don't like it fully. Like the hoses hang out over it. Like I might zip tie it right here. If you know what I'm talking about. Like otherwise, oops. Otherwise it hangs out down like that. And even if I actually mount it up here, or even if I take the breakout out, like the hose hangs in front of it. Yeah, this bracket right here, that is removable. I think I'm gonna leave it though, because it's a nice visual, it's a visual space. I mean, I could put one at the bottom, but nobody's gonna be bending down to see it. Oh, they're right up top. I was like, where are my screws? I put them on top. Okay. Nice thing is, I can just screw the top two in, and then it hangs from the mounting bracket. And I don't have to hold it while doing all the screws. Frick! Dropped a screw. Magnet for the win. That's what it'll look like. The interbrake where you mount the fans can. Yeah. And we've got more zip ties, so if this doesn't end up being correct, there we go. That looks a lot better. It's not like aesthetically perfect, but it's aesthetically good enough for me. You like the look better if the bracket was removed? If this bracket was removed? Because to me it makes it look like it's level. You know, the top of the radiator, which you can't really see unless I zoom in. The top of the radiator right here is flush and level with the motherboard. And so if you're sitting here next to the PC on the computer, it's like satisfying a little bit. I think I'm gonna leave it because I don't want to have to shift it, but I should put the rest of the screws in. The other thing is the air will gather in the top of those tubes. Oh, that's true. That's true, and it'll cause cavitation. That is enough for me to change it, unfortunately. Where did I put my scissors? So I don't think I'm gonna be able to post today. I've got a thing tomorrow I'm going to be out of town for, which is why I wasn't able to do this tomorrow. No, I didn't damage it. Put the AO on top and put the additional fans vertically. Oh, I could put the additional fans. It was on top before. Yeah. We don't want the tubes and the pump cooler, or the cooling block where the pump is, to be, I think the pump's in there. It might be right here. But we do not want the pump to be the highest point in the system, because that is where, if there are any bubbles from heat change or just cavitation, well, cavitation happens because there's, anyway, it will wear out the pump, and the pump will die earlier. So I think I'm gonna top mount it. Yeah, like Jose, Toddy, welcome in, by the way. That's first time chat. We didn't like the look. We're trying this. As long as the tubes swoop down, it'll collect in the rad and be fine. Well, let's just check. I'll flip it vertically, like swap it. Shoot. I'll flip it 180 and then check before I fully redo it. I mean, wouldn't that still cause... I think I'm just going to do it this way. I need to be done and not spending too much time on this. I've been really bad about that 1 break per hour rule. That looks kind of weird. close the gap a little bit. All right, let's get the rest in. You can't put the blank plate in higher, unfortunately. This is like the 90, the 5% that I just need to abandon so that I can get this done. You know, that would have been the third or fourth time I like backed out what I did with this, and so it does suck, but I'm just making the call, move on. All right, quarter turn, quarter turn, quarter turn, quarter turn, quarter turn. Cool. That looks pretty good. We just need to route these cables. Literally just push it back there. Bring the power cable back up. I generally avoid any rad less than 360. It just makes mounting it look worse. Yeah. My first was a 240 and the rest were 360. Okay. Now this GPU mount, I don't want to have to like keep around and store, so I'm gonna put it back in, even though it's not gonna be used. This is what I'm talking about. Come on. I hate thumb screws. At least right now. Okay. Thumb screw hate is a hot take. I mean, I don't hate thumb screws more than I hate screws in difficult positions, to be clear. But I do hate thumb screws when you have enough room to use a regular screw. Because oftentimes it's faster. Because getting a thumb screw to thread is more trouble than it should be sometimes, especially if it's an awkward angle. All right, we've got all kinds of stuff to cable manage right now. We have 24 pin motherboard. We have we have 8-pin motherboard. We have 6-pin, 8-pin graphics card, and then everything else. So let's go ahead and just get into it. Internal disk drive? Oh, interesting. That's weird. You have to open up the case to use the DVD drive, which kind of makes sense, but why would you have it installed then? Why not just get an external DVD drive? Hey, Tulin. How you doing, bud? Don't play with that. Go find a zip tie. What the heck? What's going on here? The tab is in the back. And I can't get it. Okay, there we go. Thankfully it just came out easy. Okay, so this is 8-pin for CPU. Can I get some light? Why not put the AO on top? And put the additional fans vertically? I've never mounted an AIO vertically before, and it kind of looks cool. It's aesthetic. Now the RGB case fans that I got also would probably look similarly cool. At this point I was just kind of like working around with chat and people suggesting things, and now I don't want to change it. I'm like done. I'm done going back and forth. So that's why. No good reason. Just felicity or arbitrariness, depending on how you feel about it. So CPU and PCIe, they really there really is no difference. So let's just loop this one back. There we go. There we go. So this loops back, then everything else will get in there. Now I might need this one again, so I'm not gonna loop it right now or pull it tight, but I will kind of give it a preview of how it'll look at the end. Okay. Now the motherboard is going to be quite involved. I mean, I guess I could go in on that strap and then loop it back on that strap. Let's see, which side is this? I don't know if it matters. Oh, it does, because they're unequal. Okay, yep. Can't really tell. But this clip right here has to match up with that. So the 8-pin here, and then the 16-pin above it. You didn't hear the click, but I felt it, so we're good there. Oh, I'm missing a cable. So let's put that in, put that in. Oh, crap. These little cables get out of the strap every time I open it, and it's annoying. All right, so that's not the prettiest. In fact, I might need to change this cable management because the hard drive bays go right there. Okay. So we have RGB, RGB. None of these are male connectors. This one is. Now, I don't know if I need to connect the radiator to the CPU RGB, but I think the rule of RGB is daisy chain. So I don't know what to do with the RGB right now. I'm gonna have to figure that out later. So I'm just gonna throw that to the side right now. That's actually not bad. I mean, I've only plugged in motherboard. We also have PCIe slash graphics card, which goes up here. So let's get that in here as well. There's a lot of room in this space, in this case. Okay, I think we're done, besides the hard drives. So hard drives. Go back here. Now we just need the SATA, which I think I have a white SATA cable. Oh, actually it doesn't matter because it's behind. So I'll use the motherboard SATA. The SATA cable the motherboard came with. Oh no, I guess it does show up on the side. But I think it's just pops through. Yeah, it does. Okay, I don't know what's going on here. It's not fully seating. Oh, it's because the L connector is not deep enough. Maybe I do want a white SATA cable. All right. Okay. And oh, I almost spilled my tea. That would have sucked. I'm getting clumsy. That's how you know I'm tired. Listen to your body, they say. What if you don't speak the same language as your body? What do you do then? Okay, SATA / Molex. Okay. There we go. SATA connector is in. What a bundle. What a bundle. Oh, I dare say we may be ready to turn it on. Now, is that something that I can do tonight? I think the answer is no. Yeah, I think, how much did I stream today? 6 hours. That's not that bad. I think I talked too much though. Hydrate, I saw a hydrate. That's 24 minutes ago. Thank you, Clockwork. The honey tea did not help. That's okay though. I like this case. I like it a lot. Last thing to get in is the case fans. I just realized that there is an RGB header on the motherboard. I saw it in the documentation. I've never connected it before. I've never bothered. So I'll probably want to find that before I move on because I'll forget otherwise. So I got these Thermalright RGB fans. They're the ones with the liquid bearings. So I'm hoping that they're quieter without having to spend a ton of money on Noctua fans. And by ton, I mean more money than $15 or $20. What is going on in chat? Gourmet Japanese corn dogs will blow your mind. No, don't look that up. I mean, look up corn dogs Japanese, but not what you said. Okay, so now we're faced with the problem of airflow, and that's the thing mentioned earlier that you want to have either positive pressure where everything is blowing in the fan, in the case, the direction of the air, so that it gets forced out of the case, or kind of like a 50-50 or 40-60, where 40 is blowing out, 60 is blowing in. That's not hard numbers. I'm not like scientific about it, but that's kind of what I do. So let's get a fan here. We'll get a fan here. We'll get a fan. Well, I'm tempted to just put them all underneath so that all of the air, you know, because this, you can't really see it, but that's like clean, free airflow, like up, and hot air rises. So it's like, why not let that be the outlet? And why don't we have all positive pressure? The only problem is the routing for the GPU cable right here. So like I'm tempted to put them all down here. Because then it brings air in from below, and then the AIO will bring in air from the back, and then the graphics card will, I mean, it's not very much, but it'll bring air through the graphics card, but then positive pressure will push it out the top, and it'll push it out the back, and there, you know, it's basically zero resistance. Not zero, but like very little resistance. So, I mean, the only thing is, yeah, this graphics card cable right here, I would have to potentially route it in the side here instead. And that's kind of a small price to pay for simplicity on the fan side. Let's try it. It's kind of ugly with this out there. think I'll switch that to a zip tie if I can find one of the ones that cats took. No. Okay, where is my needle nose? Okay. That's not too bad. There we go. I like that. We just have to mount these and run the cables in the back, and then back to the front to the motherboard, and we are done. Done. We just got to get underneath. Where's the screen? There it is. Now, for direction on fans, usually the exposed side, not the mounted side, is the direction that the air is going. But if you're unsure, you can either look up the spec, and sometimes there's an arrow pointing on the direction of the fan. I'm not actually seeing any indication. And I don't think I have a manual for these, so I think that's just gonna have to be, I'm just gonna have to assume that they're doing it like everybody else. Where did the hardware go? Oh, it's on the ground. All right. What just happened? Well, there's a rogue screw somewhere, and I don't know where it went. I didn't hear anything that indicated where it went. So that's great. We'll have to find that. I need to get a bigger bit because that is bigger than everything else. There we go. Much better. I don't know how I'm supposed to screw in the other side. There's a lip here. Maybe I just don't put any fans here. Oh, I think I see it. Yep, that's it. These brackets here, or these like mount points, are tension fastening these. This is the tab, and then it's held down by the limit screw. So I slide the whole array out, which is interesting. I've never seen a rack of case fans like this. Literally just take it out like that. Okay. All right. 2 more to go. I like how everything in a PC, like case and mounting screws, and they're all like precision. Well, not like super precision, but definitely somewhat precision. There's smaller threads on some. Good 2.5-inch drive screws, and then case fans are like, Leroy Jenkins, you got frickin' 3mm thread size, thread gap, and you just chew it up and screw it in. Warping plastic? That's bombastic. That sounded sarcastic. For what are you referring to? Or what are you? Which comment? When I'm tired, I have the working memory or short-term memory of a thimble. How does a thimble have memory, you ask? Well, a thimble is like a little metal basket for your finger. Oh, where'd that come from? Wrong screw. A thimble is like a small basket for your finger. And you can hold things. And sometimes you can hold brain cells. And if you hold brain cells, then it's probably the amount of brain cells needed for the memory that I have, represented in the volume of a thimble. What is going on here? Oh, you know what? I just realized I'm covering up all of the USB headers and the fan headers at the bottom by putting these fans here. And that sucks. Nope, Tulin, this is not playtime. No. Sorry, I know you like wires. You're not allowed to like wires though. Oh, you're just rhyming with me. Oh, that's bombastic, which is certainly sarcastic. I like it. I also realized there's a daisy chain on both the RGB and the fans, the power. Gross. Gross, 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 gross. Well, let's disconnect these and do this in the back. I guess I do have to connect one of them, huh? Because I am kind of cutting off. Oh, this is so gross. I regret everything. He does not want to be touched right now. I don't know why I decided to get cute with the fans. I don't have time to be cute. As you may tell, I am like beginning to be in the stages of I don't want to be doing this anymore. But I have to finish it because I may never do it before Christmas. Hey, psst, hey, what are you doing? Dude. Okay. Okay. Well, that was an interesting idea. Poorly executed. Moz, would you please refund Boss Yapper's cat break? Because that was 1,000 points that Tulin decided to snub. Thank you. I am going to start moving a little bit faster though, because hopefully not breaking things, because I think I need to. So let's do this. I am just going to do top mount. And I think I'm going to do I think I'm gonna make them input fans. I don't want to break that principle. This a record long Kraken stream? I think I have streamed for 10 hours before. I think this is giving me an idea of like what reminder what long streams are, because I've considered doing a 24-hour stream before. I've been thinking about doing a subathon for a while, where I can actually get my crap together. But certainly this is a long one. I definitely haven't been talking like this much for a stream this long. Even Noctua recommends putting an intake at the top and then the other fans as exhaust with air coolers. With the exception of the air cooler itself, like you want that to be intake. You want the air. You want the air hitting the CPU fans to be as cold, in the coldest air that gets in the PC. Oh, this is upside down. Glad the phone fell. That would be absolutely cooked after a 24-hour stream. Or I'd be cooked after a 10-hour stream. Yeah, I mean, I would have to plan it out, and I'd have to like take care of myself. But as you've seen, given that I even like made note of how I needed to take a break, and then I didn't take a break. So I would definitely need a handler. Tulin, you can look, but don't play. All right? Sorry, no zip ties for you here. All right, so that's good.
Why did I decide to do an aesthetic build? I should have just made a piece of crap that worked really well. This is why I'm burnt out all the time. Because I'm like, I know what the right thing to do is. Well, quote unquote right thing. I know what the good and excellent and thing that everybody else will like if you know, to do. And then I'm like, the brain that I don't have says, well, Kraken, what about the part that's good for you? Except that doesn't happen. That part doesn't happen at all. And then there's the part like, well, how much can you do? Only do as much as is healthy for you. Only do as much as, you know, when you're tired, take a break. Well, when does tired happen? When does break happen? I don't know.
Baking pancakes, making bacon pancakes. Take some bacon and I'll put it in a pancake. Bacon pancakes, that's what's gonna make bacon pancakes.
Tulip. That's enough. What? Oh no. No sound. Son of a... I just swore a lot and you guys didn't hear it at all.
Camera!
There we go. What I said was, thank you for that bacon pancakes. I really need it in this moment of levity. Tulin, stop biting the corner. Look at this boy. Of course he stops doing it as soon as I like look at him. I really needed that moment of levity. Oh, you can't see the camera. Okay, I'm done. I'm gonna stop trying. He's like smelling the corner. Nope. No. No, 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 no.
Hello there.
Kinalina, hello there. How's it going? Alright, if you want to get on top now, it's fine. As long as this is on top. Tulin just wants to explore. I mean, he does want to play. He's a play like fiend. And he found a zip tie. Don't eat that plastic, dude. He almost fell through. All right, we have fans and RG Bravo. What the heck is this? It does not have anything to grab onto to pull the cap off. I don't know why. Well, let's try to gently clamp the edge. Nope. I'm afraid. Got it. Our powers can... Oh, why does everyone have a cap like this? Gross. Well, that one came off fast. Okay. Our powers combined, I am... RG Bravo. Our powers combined, we are RG Bravo. What is this? I have the CPU RGB. It's the CPU cooler, but the CPU cooler doesn't have a pass-through. Maybe the CPU cooler controls the RGB. Well, that would be cool, because then I wouldn't have to rig up RGB. I thought I had to do it on the motherboard. Oh. Let's just get all of the RGB and put it together so that I can find it again. There's no USB connection to the board or anything, so it'll need to go to the board. Well, that's what's confusing. There's male connectors and there's daisy chains. You can see these daisy chains. Come on. You're digital, man. Okay, I think DroidCam's just being a piece of shit. Excuse my French. The daisy chain together, and there's one male, but then on the CPU cooler itself, there's a daisy chain from the radiator, and then, sorry, there's the CPU cooler has a daisy chain. It has an female and then male, and then the radio cooler only has male. And so I the radiator only has female. So the male on the CPU pump gets taken up, but so all it leaves is female. So the daisy chain for the fans end in male. So how do I get from the how do I female on the board, female on the board, female on the board. Okay, I thought it through. It just took me way too long. Address LED 2, RGB LED 7. I think it's gonna have to be 8 because if 7 has 4 pins, I don't have 4 pins. So I need 8. So it's the top right. So I can pass it through. I can pass it through here. And let's just plug that in, and then the mail goes to the CPU, and then we're all peachy keen. Hi, Luca. Excuse me, bud. You're like you're right in the spot that I need to be. There we go. Okay, our RGB is set up. Great. I think Luca's demanding a cap break. Yes. Hi. Okay. He's like, you've been doing this for too long? Are you wet-nosed? Are you spraying water on me? What a perfect celebration for figuring out RGB. At least he hasn't decided to chew on the mic. Right when you said that, he started looking at the mic. He's so sweet. What's up, dude? He just needs to be in my face. I'm just tired, I'm not sick. All the cats I've had have checked my breath, you know, and my partner's breath every once in a while, which means we're in the pack. So gotta make sure we're healthy. What are you doing? Was that too much stimulation? How would they react if not healthy? I don't know. I think it's been studied in cat packs that or cat litter, like cat groups, that they will actually kind of what's it called, exile sick cats, because it's like a health thing. Well, you back for more? I thought you were done. Well, come on. Oh, you want me to go somewhere? It's nowhere near. Actually, no. It is actually dinner time for them. Dozy is not sure how to feel about what she sees on TV right now. Yeah. Dozy's sensitive to the cat image. All right, Luca, I gotta finish this. I will feed you very soon. You still got 10 minutes, dude. Okay, so we figured out RGB. Now we just need to finish the daisy chain for the power for the CP fans, or just the case fans. And then hook it up. So let's I actually velcroed this unattached, but we can just, well, no, let's not. I'll velcro all of them together. I lost it. Where is the last one in the chain? Here it is. This is the last one in the chain, right here. And I think that actually needs to go down below. So let's just like punch it through right there, go plug it in, and then we can figure out cables after this. This may actually not be. I might need to switch the direction. This one has got more slack. You guys aren't seeing this. Switch direction. So this is going to be the lead. These are the children. And that is a extra. So let's punch that one through the bottom. I said punch it through the bottom. Okay, let's get on the other side. Bring on through the other side or something, whatever. However that goes. And there's a case fan right there. And I really should have done this before I put my graphics card in, but you know, I couldn't wait. Fuck. I mean, sorry for the swear, but also not sorry. It is my weekend. I swear on weekends. I've decided now. Bring on to the other side. I actually need to move the camera out of the way for this one, because I'm gonna use some pliers to flip it around and plug it in with low clearance. What the heck? How are there bent pins on this? I hadn't touched it before. That might be an optical illusion. Yep, it was. So I got it in right there on the left. Oh, I've droid cam. I'm like not gonna buy it now. Or I thought I did, but maybe I didn't. Okay. So we are all plugged in. Everything is plugged in. We're all good here. How are you? Okay. Dude. All right. Ain't touching it anymore. No more. No more. Oops. Oh, almost knocked over coffee. The cats are swarming. I have mere hours to live. What's going on here? Oh, that's right. It has low clearance. I have to angle it up to get it in. And that's the build. I'm not going to take the peelies off because I'm going to let them do it and make it feel new. We got RAM, we got CPU cooler, RGB, coordinated RGB, with very clean graphics card cable. We have an AIO. And even the tubes for the AIO are looking pretty good. Like they were kind of like flopping out in the middle there before, but I bent them in and they stayed. So I'm gonna go get a plug, an HDMI like plug you get on new graphics cards. And I'm gonna put it in that one so they don't use the onboard graphics. We're gonna see the RGB. Sure. Where did the power cable go? Power cable go. Where did the power cable go? Not singing on the beat with the song. It's gonna be right in front of me. Probably. Nope, it was under a box. And for this, we'll do hand cam. That's upside down, isn't it? Luca. Plastic is not good for you. No. He will eat it if I let him. What should I disconnect? I'll lose a little bit of lighting. That's fine with me. All right, the power button is in the front right. Oh, I had to turn the power supply on. I just turned it off because like, oh, I don't want that to turn on as soon as I press the button or I turn it on. It's pretty good. That BIOS is red. It's definitely trying to do something. Oh, it looks like all of the LEDs are red. So it's probably running through startup. But it doesn't have a boot drive, so it's just gonna go in circles. So very cool. You know, I couldn't get a white GPU. So that was unfortunate, but I think the rest of the build comes together. Everything being white except for the GPU and the motherboard itself, I think is fine. It really came together. So this is the prettiest PC I've ever built, that's for sure. It's doing its memory training. I don't know if it'll work since the BIOS version. Well, I think I chose this particular motherboard because it has the BIOS flash feature. I don't think that, I know it. I chose the one with the BIOS flash feature. So I can do that. I was hoping to do it on stream to give people exposure to that, but I think I'll have to either record that separately or something, so. Luca, you're not RGB. So cool. would be surprised if it didn't work with the 5900X. It would have to be manufactured in a first run. So I'd be surprised, but you know, it's possible. But I've got options if I've got options. So that is it for me. Thank you for watching. Thanks for hanging out. A lot of you were able to hang out the whole freaking time. It's funny, it goes clear when it goes green. But I'm tired, and my voice is hoarse, and I have to clean all this stuff up, like, tonight. That was, like, the agreement I made to be able to use this table. So I have a lot of work to do. I'll probably be on it until 10. So... Yep, 7 hours. 7 hours. All right. You were awesome. Thanks for hanging out. It was a good stream. Thanks for helping out. You know, with the pointers and the information, you guys looked up the manual faster than I did. A lot of times. Do we have anyone to raid? And if the answer doesn't come in the next 10 seconds, I'm going to credits. Oh, that's not Twitch. That's Twitch. Sleepy's playing Among Us. Okay. I'm just gonna run credits. I just need to make sure my credits button actually ends the stream. It does. Stream stop, record stop. Okay. All right. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the help. It was fun. I hope I don't have to build a PC for at least another year. And I don't think I do. So, I'll see you guys later. I will not be streaming tomorrow because I have stuff to do, unfortunately, but I will stream probably Wednesday because Christmas is on the Thursday. So I'll let you know in the Discord what's going on with that. Yeah. So watch out for that if you're interested in the next stream. Otherwise, I'll see you next time, and goodbye. Luca? Luca? Luca, do you want to send them off? Luca. Luca and I say goodbye. Bye-bye.